For Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Door, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, and Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota.
Swings and lines this in the right center field. One run will come in to score. They will round the other runner. He will come to the plate. The throw not going to be in time. A 2-run single for Parker O'Brien gives the Govs a 9-7 lead.
Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE.
2-0 pitch. That'll be a line shot into left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and it's going to score Terwilliger. That's one way to bust out of a slump. Sunshine round second. He's on his way to third. The throw will come in. He will slide in.
Baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, Envirotech, First Dakota National Bank, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, and Hunsley Auto Body.
Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off. Terwilliger will sky this one out to center field. Out towards the wall. It is going to get out of here for a 2-run shot for Cooper Terwilliger on an 0-2 pitch.
Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Oahe Federal Credit Union, Koenig, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric.
2-0. It'll be a swinging base hit up the middle. Rounding third is Deal. The throw will come to the plate, but Deal slips and falls. The ball will still get away to the backstop. Deal will come in to score, and the Governors will win the ball game.
And now to the booth for the call of the game with KCCR award-winning sports director John Winkler.
And a good afternoon as we welcome you here to Harmon Park as the Pierre Governors take on the Sioux Falls Roosevelt Roughriders in a doubleheader here at Harmon, which was originally supposed to be at Heights Stadium earlier today. But the Pierre Governors are taking on this Roosevelt team on the road, but still will be the home team. They're going to be the home team on the scoreboard in these two games, and it will be that the Governors are looking for wins number 15 and 16 in a row. They won games at 13 and 14 last weekend when they knocked off the Rapid City Central Cobblers in those two wins. And now here today, the Govs are going to be trying to knock off the Roosevelt Roughriders, who are coming in after a win on Thursday over the Harrisburg Tigers. And going into this weekend, or the last couple days of games, on Thursday, Harrisburg had not lost a game in South Dakota play. Now the Roosevelt Roughriders, who are coming in here early on in this first part of the, I guess now midway point, or even getting late in the season, they were coming in a couple weeks ago, last week, 1-9 in South Dakota play. They've worked their way up to 4-9 now in South Dakota games, and this is not a team that I think their record is going to be a false leading record to how good this team is right now. With their 4-9 South Dakota record, they're still a good baseball team, and they're playing very well, especially after that win on Thursday over the Harrisburg Tigers. Now the Governors are going to try and take on this team here at Harmon Park. But again, Pierre will still be the home team. Both teams are wearing white, but you can tell by if you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports, you can tell by the red hats or the green sleeves which team is which, even though they're both wearing white here today. But it is the Governors and Roosevelt Roughriders coming up from Harmon, first of two games here at Harmon Park. We've got coverage of both of them. We'll be out in Sturgis tomorrow for the doubleheader on the road as well. We've got starting lineups coming up here shortly. We'll also have first pitch on the way probably less than 10 minutes from now between the Pierre Governors and the Roosevelt Roughriders. We'll take our first break of the pregame show. We'll come back and we'll get those starting lineups for you coming up next. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR. You're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
And we welcome you back as we are getting sent for first pitch between the Pierre Governors and the Roosevelt Roughriders, as we'll pull up the starting lineups on for you on YouTube at KCCR Sports as we look at it together. Roosevelt Roughriders, again, they're the visitors on the scoreboard, as it will be Carson Breidenbach to lead things off. He's the second baseman. Jack Healy, the left fielder, will bat second. Lawson Hensley, the shortstop, batting third. Tucker DeHaan, the center fielder, is batting fourth. Carl Hartman, the third baseman, will bat fifth. Chris Logue, the right fielder, will bat sixth. Gabe Goebel, the DH, batting seventh. Tiernan Daly, the catcher, is batting eighth. And Beckett Whitlock, the first baseman, is batting ninth for Roosevelt, as Aiden Kosher will be on the mound for Roosevelt, as he will throw in game one for the Roughriders. For the Pierre Governors, again, the home team here in Sioux Falls against a Sioux Falls opponent, but they are the home team on the scoreboard. Carter Shufflebein is leading things off. He's the shortstop. Porter Hunsley, the center fielder, batting second. Those two guys, part of the track team that was part of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays this weekend, but able to be here for the doubleheader tonight. Sutton Sunshine is batting third. He's the catcher. Trip Linda Kugel, the third baseman, batting fourth. Parker O'Brien, the left fielder, will bat fifth. Will Danberg, the right fielder, batting sixth. Bridger Babcock, the first baseman, will bat seventh. Hudson Schaefer is a DH, batting eighth. And Hudson Stosher, the second baseman, will bat ninth, as Brendan McCullough will be on the mound for game one for the Pierre Governors. So those are your look at your starting lineups. And here at Harmon Park, it is right around 3:30 down the left field line, 3:30 down the right field line, and I believe it says 4:18 or 4:10 in center field. My great eyes can really tell the difference between an 8 and a 0, but it's somewhere around 410 feet in the straightaway center field here at Harmon Park. Looks very nice. It is in top condition right now. First part of May, and you never really know how fields are going to look just because of the weather itself, but we've played some baseball games that have had some really good fields And this Pierre Governor team will play here at Harmon. Again, they're the home team on the scoreboard. So make note of that if you're listening on KCCR. If you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports, just make sure you look at the scoreboard. Brought to you by Brittany Shuffleby and American Family Insurance Agency. But the Pierre Governors are the home team. Both teams wearing white, with the Governors with their green sleeves and their green bills of the hats and the back side of the hat, where Roosevelt does have the red hats on and the red helmets. So again, the distinction to be able, if you're watching on YouTube at KCCR Sports, you can tell the distinction. I'll try and hopefully continue to paint the good picture on the radio on KCCR. We look at the stats for Brennan McCullough as both teams will start to make their way out to the field, or the Governors will make their way out to the field here shortly. Brennan McCullough so far, 30 2/3 innings pitched. He has started all 5 games in which he has thrown a 4-1 record, so he has factored into every decision so far that he has been on the mound. 32 hits allowed in those 30 2/3 innings, 17 runs, but only 12 of them earned, 5 walks, and 22 strikeouts. It's a very good strikeout to walk ratio. An ERA at 2.74, and again, even though he's given up those 32 hits in 30 2/3 innings, those limited walks, leaves his whip at 1.21, which is a good whip to have, and a batting average against at 258. So still not a overall great batting average for the other side of things, and a good batting average for Brennan McCullough being the guy on the mound for the Pierre Governors, and 59.85% first pitch strike percentage. So for McCullough, basically 60% of the first pitch strikes for him on the mound. He has had 9 1-2-3 innings, and he's 13 of his 30 2/3 innings have been less than 13 pitches thrown so far. So McCullough is able to be efficient for this Pierre Governor squad as they get set for this contest against the Roosevelt Roughriders. McCullough is taking the mound now. We are getting set for first pitch between these two teams. As we'll trying to get the camera just right here. We'll back things up just a little bit. There we go. As we are watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. And the Roosevelt Roughriders, again, coming in. They were a team that would last week, when you look at the standings last week, you're probably saying, boy, this is a team that's kind of struggled to the point of the season. And well, they have struggled some, but they're a team that, again, is much better than what their record has shown. And now you're starting to see that with the fact that they have had quite a few wins in a row. They've been able to beat Harrisburg on Thursday, which was a 7-4 victory over the Harrisburg Tigers, where they were able to get 7 hits. Harrisburg had 2 errors, and so the 7 RBIs, 2 RBIs from DeHaan and Logue, an RBI from Breitenbach, as well as Hilly, and also an RBI from McGinnis, who is not in the starting lineup for the Roughriders. But right now, Pierre sitting in 7th place after yesterday's games were concluded. They were in 8th place coming into this doubleheader going into the day, but now in 7th place. Sturgis has moved up to 8th place because Mitchell got swept by the Brookings Bobcats yesterday. So they've fallen to 9th, where Pierre now would take on Lincoln in the first round if the season had ended today. Roosevelt has jumped up to now number 12. They'd be taking on O'Gorman in the first round, have that if the schedule had, or the season had ended today. So we're ready to go, as it is Carson Breitenbach that will be on the mound. By the way, T just beat Huron 5-3 as the Titans are trying to climb their way back into the top 16. Well, we're ready to go. Just 1 minute early, as Brennan McCullough will deliver the first pitch outside for ball 1 as we are underway here at 4:59 this evening, right at the evening mark. Here's the 1-0 pitch from the lefty McCullough. This one will be popped up on the right side, foul territory, long run for Bridger Babcock. He will stumble and he will not be able to make the catch, as that wind is going to be pushing. Again, the American flag is not out in center field right now, so it's going to be a lot harder to really tell how the wind is blowing overall, but it is blowing out towards center field. So that pop-up, and there's a lot of foul territory here, that pop-up came back on Bridger Babcock more than he probably thought it was going to. As a 1-1 pitch, that'll be into left field for a base hit right between third and short. And the leadoff man is on to kick off the ball game as Breidenbach will get a base hit and brings up Jack Hilly with a runner on at first and nobody out here in the top of the first inning. So it is Jack Hilly to the plate as the Roosevelt Roughriders coming in hitting .230 as a team. As the first pitch here from Brennan McCullough from the stretch showing bunt, and he'll foul it back on the bunt attempt for strike one. Hilly's hitting .286, one double so far, 6 runs driven in, 8 runs scored. An OPS at 873 for, make that 804 for Jack Hilly. Here's the 0-1 pitch, again showing bunt, takes it high for ball one, and evens the count at 1-1. He went 1 for 4. Tucker DeHaan hit a home run against Harrisburg on Thursday, 1 for 4 against the Tigers, did Hilly. They had 4 extra base hits, 2 doubles from Logan, a double from Breidenbach. He will take off here. The throw will go to second. A high throw, snap tag by Shufflebein, but he is safe. Breidenbach will steal second. And the count is 1-2. Was it called a strike? So a stolen base for Breidenbach. That's his 6th steal of the season. And he is in scoring position here with nobody out in the top of the first inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch from McCullough. That's high and outside, and the count's now 2-2. Again, the Governors, the home team. It was originally supposed to be played at Hyde Stadium. But because we moved the game to Sioux Falls to allow track and field and baseball to utilize everybody to their best potential, here's a 2-2 pitch. This will be off the handle. It'll be caught by Shufflebein as he jumps up in the air, makes the catch, and there is one down here in the top of the first inning. And it brings up Lawson Hensley.
Bring up number 4, the shortstop, Lawson Hensley.
And so Hensley to the plate with 1 on and 1 out, so the runner in score position. But again, since we moved the game here, and it was originally scheduled to be, and it wasn't because of any other factors other than the Howard Wood Dakota relays, the teams agreed that Pierre will be the home team for both of these games. And it gives the Govs an opportunity to win technically a couple home games. Here's the first pitch. That'll be outside for ball one. And it's been a wild changes to everything because it was supposed to be a 1 o'clock game at Hyde Stadium. Then to make sure that everybody was available to play for the Governors. That one is high and outside. The count's now 2-0. We've backed it up to 5 o'clock. Supposed to be at the Sanford Sports Complex, but they're having light issues, which that's the reason why Roosevelt only played 1 full game against Brookings and not a second full game against Brookings. That will be on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 2-1. So that's why we're now here at Harmon Park, being able to play a doubleheader here at Harmon instead over at the Sanford Sports Complex. So it's been quite a few changes to the schedule as time is called right as McCullough picked up his foot. And everybody will reset with a count at 2-1. Nothing has changed for the Sturgis game tomorrow. That's still at a 2 o'clock Central Time start, 1 o'clock Mountain Time. Here's a 2-1. Ground ball down the third base line. That will skip under the feet of Coach DeYoung at third, and the count's now 2-2. And McCullough will be looking for his first strikeout here in the ball game, which would be his 23rd of the season. Here comes a 2-2 from McCullough to Hensley. This will be a fly ball to left field. O'Brien coming over, slides, and he's able to make the catch. Great play by Parker O'Brien out in left field, sliding to make the catch and taking a hit away and potentially an RBI from Lawson Hensley. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the first inning. And it brings up Tucker DeHaan, the center fielder. Go through the defensive positioning here for the Governors in just a moment, unless we get that third out here quickly. And the center fielder, the lefty matchup. First pitch swing, and he'll foul it back for strike one. Governors have Parker O'Brien out left, Porter Hunsley in center, and Will Danberg in right. Trip Linda Kugels over at third, Carter Shufflebein at short, Hudson Stosher at second, Bridger Babcock at first, Sutton Sunshine behind the plate, and Brendan McCullough doing the pitching for the Pierre Governors. 0-1 pitch. This is going to be flown out towards right center field. Long run for Danberg. That's going to get in the gap, but that's going to get down for extra bases, and Roosevelt will take a 1-0 lead. Gliding into second is DeHaan. He's got himself an RBI double with 2 outs, and Roosevelt takes a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first inning.
Third baseman, Carl Hartman.
As Carl Hartman to the plate. So the double scores Breidenbach. DeHaan with the RBI. And it's Carl Hartman now with a runner on at second. And 2 away here in the top of the first inning. 9th RBI of the season, 5th double of the year for DeHaan. Here's the first pitch to Hartman. That one's on the outside edge for a strike. Right-handed batting Hartman, he's hitting .206 coming into today. 2 doubles, a triple, 3 runs driven in. He has scored 6 times on the season. Here's the 0-1 now from McCullum. That one will catch the inside corner at the top of the zone. The count's now 0-2, and McCullum is a strike away from getting out of this top of the first inning. McCullum comes up from the stretch. Here's the 0-2. Just a bit outside. Not a bad spot there. That outside part of the strike zone looks like it's going to be there this afternoon or this evening. And almost like a Greg Maddox just trying to inch a little bit farther out there, see if they'll call it. Here's the 1-2. That'll come inside. The runner took off with the pitch. And he will easily stand up at third base with a stolen base. He then timed that one perfectly. So the count's now 2-2. And there's a runner on at third with 2 away. 2-2's upstairs, and the count's now 3-2. So 0-2 now to 3-2 for Carl Hartman, the third baseman. DeHaan's over at third. 90 feet away from making this a 2-0 ball game. McCullum's 1 strike away from getting out of this top of the first. 1-2, or 3-2. Taken for strike 3 on the outside edge. And that will retire the side here in the top of the first. 1 run scores on 2 hits of the inning. No errors and a man left on base. After half an inning, it is a 1-0 lead for the Roosevelt Roughriders over the Pierre Governors. Back in a minute here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
But, they struggled, a little bit at the end, but
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
As we welcome you back, it is a 1-0 lead. The American Family Insurance Brittany Shuffleby and scoreboard. Apologize for the 2 things playing at once on KCCR. As you're listening to KCCR, Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station. 1-0 lead for the Roosevelt Roughriders over the Pierre Governors on the RBI double from Tucker DeHaan in that top of the first. And Aiden Kosher will have a chance to work with the lead as Carter Shufflebine will step to the plate to get us started here in the bottom of the first inning. As Aiden Kosher comes in, as he has thrown 15 2/3 innings. This will be his 3rd start and 6th appearance overall. 1-1 record. 18 hits, 14 runs. Only half of those have been earned at 7. 8 walks, 9 strikeouts, a 3.13 ERA, 1.67 whip, as the first pitch will be on the outside corner on the bottom of the zone for strike 1 to Carter Shufflebine. And Kosher with a whip at 1.66, batting average against at 273. This will be flown out towards right center field. That's going to get down for a base hit, and Shufflebine will lead things off with a single as he picks up where he has left off just about every game so far. The leadoff man is on base, and it brings up Porter Hunsley to the plate. So Shufflebine gets us going here at the top of the first, bottom of the first inning for the Governors. Hitting .508 coming into today, and now it's Porter Hunsley who's hitting at 346. The chance with his 10 runs driven in. We'll see if Shufflebein wants to take off here early on. Not going in that first pitch, right down the middle for strike one to Porter Hunsley. Just one extra base, it's a double. But 10 runs driven in, 14 runs scored. By the way, Shufflebein with 18 stolen bases. He's always a threat when he's on the base pass. This will be popped up on the infield. The shortstop will call for it. He'll make the catch, and Hensley will put away Hunsley. And there's one down here in the bottom of the first. And it will bring up Sudden Sunshine. We'll go through the defense positioning here for the Roosevelt Roughriders in just a moment. But Sudden Sunshine to the plate, 328 batting average coming in. OPS at 917. 3 doubles, 3 triples, and a team leading 21 runs driven in. 6 better than Parker O'Brien's second place spot at 15. Pickoff attempt over at first, and diving back in without a tag is Shufflebein over there at first base. Aiden Kosher looking to do what Reedman did against Harrisburg. He threw 102 pitches on Thursday. Here's Shufflebein stealing. Didn't get a great jump, and he is going to be thrown out trying to steal second. It is a strike taken by Sunshine. There's now 2 down and nobody on here in the bottom of the first inning. And the count is 0-1. At a rare time that Shufflebein is caught stealing. And for the catcher in Daly, he is, well, let's see here if I get to the right spot here. Daly is thrown out. Probably hasn't thrown out as many runners as Sunshine, but he was able to fire a strike that time, as that'll be outside, and the count's now 1-1. Let's see, only the second person he has thrown out so far this season. They have a total of 5 guys that have caught stealing, now make it 6. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Sunshine. That'll miss low, and the count's now, no, that's on the bottom of the zone. The count's now 1-2. So Sunshine now down in the count 1-2. And Kosher after the leadoff single, trying to get out of this inning facing the minimum. 1-2 pitch. Ground ball on the left side. That's going to get through the hole on the left side, just past the outstretched arm of the third baseman, Hartman. And Sunshine's got a 2-out single. And the inning will continue to trip Linda Kugel.
That's a single. Next up for Pierre, number 32, trip Linda Kugel.
So Linda Kugel comes in as he is hitting on the season .475, 3 doubles, 2 triples, but only 5 runs driven in for the 8th grader. I say only 5 runs driven in because he's got 19 hits so far, but only 5 runs driven in. Be looking for his second 2-out RBI if he can find a gap somewhere. With a courtesy runner over at first, I believe it's Landry Van Rokel. Here's the first pitch. That'll miss low for ball 1 to Linda Kugel. Runner on at first, 2 away here in the top of the first. Here's the 1-0. That'll be upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. It is Van Rokel that's running over at first base for Sunshine. 2-0 count to Linda Kugel. 2 outs, 1 on here in the bottom of the first. 1-0 lead for Roosevelt on the RBI double from Tucker DeHaan in that top of the first inning. That pitch will be at the bottom of the zone at the knees, and the count's now 2-1. Here to Linda Kugel. Off with contact will be Van Rokel. Here's a 2-1 pitch from Kosher to Linda Kugel. He wheels and deals, and that'll be fouled to the right side. And it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And again, a strike away now here for Kosher to get out of this inning. Leadoff single for Shufflebein, then he was thrown out trying to steal second. And after a pop out to Porter Hunsley as well, a 2-out single for Sunshine. 2-2. That'll bounce, and that will get to the backstop, and it will end up putting Van Rokel over at second. Might not actually be Van Rokel now. So number 40 that's there, so that's Brecken Furman that is running. So he's now on second. And it's a full count here to Linda Kugel. And a base hit could make this a 1-1 tie. Payoff pitch here from Kosher to Linda Kugel. That is fouled away on the right side, and we'll do it again here at the full count. So Furman leads away from second. He is the courtesy runner for Sun and Shine. Linda Kugel looking for the base hit to tie the game up. 3-2 again. In on the hands, skies it out to left field. Hilly's over. He'll make the catch and retire the side here in the bottom of the first. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, but a man left on base. After one completes, it is a 1-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
As we welcome you back, it is a 1-0 lead for the Roosevelt Roughriders on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. Chris Logue will lead things off as Brendan McCullough will deal the first pitch. That'll be fouled on the check swing by Logue, and the count's 0-1. It is 6, 7, and 8 here for Roosevelt in the top of the second. With a 1-0 lead for the Roughriders as the lefty digs in and waits on the 0-1 pitch from the lefty McCullough. As on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 0-2. As Logue comes in, as he is hitting 182 so far on the season. 1-2 pitch, that's on the hands, right over to Stosher at second. He will wait on that. Then he have to move over to his left or right, and he'll retire Logue for the first down here in the top of the second. And it brings up Gabe Goebel, the DH. Goebel comes in. He is hitting .250 on the year. 2 hits and 8 at-bats and 9 plate appearances overall. He has scored 2 runs as the first pitch is outside for ball 1. Again, .230 batting average for the Roosevelt Roughriders, and after Thursday's game, that's starting to they're getting into more midseason form, and that batting average number is starting to raise as they continue to play more games. That one will miss, and the count's now 2-0. Here to Gabe Goebel. 2-0 from McCullough. That'll miss outside, and it's quickly 3-0. Only 5 walks on the season for McCullough, and now 32 complete innings, as he had 30 2/3 coming in. 3-0 pitch going to be taken all the way. That's going to find the strike, so the count's now 3-1. And this Governor team, they've had 6 straight complete games from their pitching staff. 3-1 pitch. There's a line shot to center field. That'll one hop in front of Porter Hunsley, and there's a 1-out single for Goebel. And it brings up Tiernan Daly, the catcher.
Number 15, catcher Tiernan Daly.
And the biggest reason why Pierre has been able to have those complete games time and time again over the last 6 games specifically is that they're not walking guys. They're not allowing... they're not running counts. They're throwing a lot of strikes. Here's a pickoff attempt over at first. Bridger Babcock lays the tag down, but diving back in safely over at first is Goebel. But being able to throw strikes, not walk guys, and the defense has helped a lot too. This one's fouled back for strike 1. The count's 0-1 here to Goebel. Because if you don't walk anybody, you don't have to worry about trying to get extra outs in an inning. Limits the pitch count and gives you a chance to go deep into a game. And then for this Governor coaching staff, when you're 6 innings deep into a game and your pitcher's giving up maybe 1 or 2 runs at most, it's hard to go pull them after that 6 innings. There's a swing and a miss and a good breaking ball there by McCullough. The count's now 0-2. Which, on one side, it is fantastic to have 6 straight complete games. And it's hard to find any negatives about that. The 0-2 pitch will miss outside, the count's now 1-2. The other side is that's only 6 pitchers that have been used over the last week and a half. That turns into now having, you got to find guys some time, and because you don't really want to break up your starting rotation the way you've been working. But none of the relievers have been able to work at all. That one will miss inside, the count's now 2-2. So it's not really a double-edged sword, but it's sort of there's more positives than negatives, but there still is a little bit of a downfall to having that. Here's a pickoff attempt again. Another diving back in safely with the right hand is Goebel. Now, it's always when you feel like you play a perfect baseball game or perfect game in any sport, there's always still something to work on. There's always still, you're not completely satisfied with it all. You're going to take the wins and everything else, as this is going to be out down the right field line. Long run for Danberg, but that will drop in for a base hit, and it's now first and second. Well, Texas Leaguer out to right field down the line, and it's now first and second with 1 away.
Next up for the Riders.
And it brings up the number 9 man, Beckett Whitlock. First and second with 1 out. We'll have a courtesy runner here for the Roughriders for the catcher Daly. And it will be number 11, Jackson Vortherms. And so it's first and second, but a chance to still get out of this with a ground ball here for Brennan McCullough. Here's the first pitch by McCullough. That one will be fouled out of play on the left side for strike 1. One out here at the top of the second. 1-0 lead for Roosevelt in game 1 of our doubleheader. McCullough will come set. Here is the 0-1 pitch. That'll hit him. And so Whitlock is on. The bases are now loaded. And it brings up the top of the order, Carson Breidenbach.
Number 2, second baseman Carson Breidenbach.
So Breidenbach's got a chance after his base hit in the top of the first to lead things off. He's got a chance to break open this game potentially. But McCullough still is a ground ball away from getting out of this inning without any damage. Here's the first pitch to Breidenbach. He'll pop it up on the infield foul territory. Sonnenschein will call for it. He will make the catch, and that's a big first out. Almost, it wasn't an exact location that he popped up in the first inning that he was able to still reach base. But this time, Sonnenschein makes the catch, and that's a big second out. And it brings up Jack Hilly, who lined out to the shortstop shuffle bind on a soft liner in his first at-bat, and a chance, again, now a play anywhere on the infield gets you out of this inning. McCullough still working from the stretch with the bases loaded. First pitch to Hilly will miss high and outside for ball 1. 6th batter to come to the plate here in the top of the second inning. 1 run on 4 hits for Roosevelt, but they're threatening here in this second. 1-0 pitch. That one will just miss outside, maybe a little bit high as well, and the count's now 2-0. In the zone feels like maybe a little bit wider of a zone, and you're trying to stretch it out even farther if you can. That one didn't get the call. 2-0 pitch now to Jack Hilly. That one will catch the outside edge, and the count's now 2-1. And again, if you're the Sonnenschein, the catcher, McCullough, the pitcher, but also on the flip side for Roosevelt, your battery looking at that and saying, hey, we got to live on that outside corner, because if we're going to keep getting that call, it's going to be hard for those pitchers to hit, as this will be fouled off the netting, does go out of play. And the count is now at 2-2, and McCullough is a strike away from finishing off this top of the second. Bases are loaded with 2 outs here in the top of the second. 2-2 pitch. That one is fouled again to the right side off the netting and stays in play. But another 2-2 pitch upcoming here for Brendan McCullough. Lefties trying to get out of danger here in this top of the second. Infield is back. Easiest play to make to get out of the inning. 2-2. Will be behind him. Actually, it ends up hitting the batter. They say it did not hit him, so one run will come in to score, and they're going to send the runner back to the plate. It's still, no matter what, a run will score because it was a wild pitch, but for Pierre, because there was no signal made, they could have kept trying to score. Nope, they are going to say it hit him. So it would have been a 3-2 count with runners at second and third. But instead now it's a hit batter. A run comes in to score. A run was going to score regardless.
Next up, number 4.
And it's now still the bases loaded. And it's Lawson Hensley. I think Pierre would have rather him stay at the plate with a 3-2 count, but still a 2-0 lead regardless of the outcome of that play. First pitch is at the bottom of the zone for strike one. Hensley lined out to left and a sliding catch by Parker O'Brien. Here's the 0-1 now from McCullough to Hensley. Ground ball over down the third base line, but that is foul. And the count is now at 0-2. And again, McCullough stands a strike away, making the damage minimum in this top of the second. And the base is loaded with only one out. And to get out with only one run scored, better than a crooked number inning that could have been 0-2. That one just misses. Maybe a little high, maybe a little bit outside. But again, you're starting to see that zone looking like it's going to be lower, maybe at the letters, a little bit lower than the letters, but maybe a little bit below the kneecaps as well. 1-2 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and that'll be a strikeout of Hensley, and it will retire the side. Second strikeout of the ball game for Brendan McCullough. But a run does score with 2 hits in the inning, no errors, and 3 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the second, and it's still a 2-0 lead now for Roosevelt over Pierre. 2-0 on American Family Insurance. Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
People helping people.
Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, assigned as an operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebine Agency, LLC, 224-6627. As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the second and a 2-0 lead here for the Roosevelt Roughriders. So the Pierre Governors on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. As it is going to be Parker O'Brien, Will Danberg, and Bridger Babcock. 5, 6, and 7 for the Governors. Brendan McCullough after that. Again, while it's not a 0 on the scoreboard, as this first pitch is flown out to center field. Backing up is DeHaan, still moving back, but he will make the catch. And 1 pitch and 1 out here in the bottom of the second, and brings up Will Danberg.
Next up, number 5, Will Danberg.
It was a inning that McCullough would probably like to have back, but overall, when it's all said and done, not a terrible inning by McCullough by the fact that only 1 run came in to score. As here is Will Danberg now to the plate with 1 out and nobody on. Here's the first pitch to him. He'll fly that one out of play on the right side for strike 1. And for McCullough so far now through 2 innings, 48 pitches. So the amount of pitches that he threw in that second inning really makes this a much more difficult opportunity to go for a complete game. There's a swing and a miss by Danberg, and the count's now 0-2. And Kosher looking for a strikeout and get too quickly gone here in the bottom of the second. .393 batting average for Danberg coming into today. He waits on the 0-2 pitch. He'll swing and miss, and there is 2 down now here in the bottom of the second. 4 pitches and 2 outs for Kosher, and it brings up now Bridger Babcock. Bridger Babcock, .231 batting average, 3 runs driven in. All 6 of his hits have been singles. On base percentage at .333. Here's the first pitch to Bridger Babcock. That's on the outside edge for a strike. Only going to be the 6th pitch upcoming here for Kosher in this bottom of the second. The right-hander delivers. That is outside. That one's too far outside. The count's now 1-1. I think both pitchers are wanting to live on that outside corner. Maybe low, and especially lower in the zone, but that one too far out to that right-handed batter's box. 1-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss. And now a strike away here from Kosher in the bottom of the second. Here's the 1-2. That one's taken to the top of the zone on the outside corner for strike 3. And it's a 1-2-3 inning for Kosher here in the bottom of the second. 2-0 is our score as we head to the third. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
It is the top of the third inning, and the Pierre Governors are down 2-0 on the American Family Insurance Pretty Shuffle by and scoreboard, and it is going to be 4, 5, and 6. Tucker DeHaan, Carl Hartman, as well as also then Chris Logue, as Brendan McCullough will throw his 49th pitch to start this top of the third, as he deals to the lefty DeHaan, and he will sky this out towards right center field. Porter Hunsley still backpedaling out in right center. He will reach over his shoulder and make the catch, and 1 pitch and 1 out. And again, that wind is blowing out towards center field and towards right center, so it was going farther back, and it kept carrying on Hunsley, but he was able to make the catch, and 1 pitch and 1 out here in the top of the third inning, and it brings up Carl Hartman to the plate. The RBI double for DeHaan in that top of the first inning, and good to retire him, who has seen the ball well as of late. Here is Carl Hartman, struck out looking to end that top of the first inning. He's 0 for 1. Curveball that will drop right down the middle for strike 1 on the backdoor curveball from the left-hander McCullough to the right-handed hitting Hartman. Here's the 0-1. There's one right back up the middle, and it will just escape hitting McCullough in the feet, and it goes right up the middle, right past second base and into center for a base hit. And that is the 5th hit of the ball game now for Roosevelt. And it's Chris Logue to the plate. Logue is 0 for 1. He lined out to the second baseman Stosher in his first at-bat. Now working from the stretch here is McCullough. Here's the first pitch. That one's on the outside corner for a strike. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Roosevelt. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Pierre here in the top of the third of Game 1 of our doubleheader between Pierre and Roosevelt. Here's a ground ball that'll be up the middle. Backhanded by Stocher. Flips to second for one. Back to first. It is off the glove of Babcock. They can still turn two, though. The throw will go back to second. Stocher makes the catch. He will tag him out, and that will retire the side. Not how you draw it up, but it gets the job done anyway. No runs in the inning, no hits. I believe that would technically still be an error, but no one left on base. We head to the bottom of the third. 2-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
It is the bottom of the third, and it is a 2-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre here at Harmon Park in Sioux Falls. And for those scorebook nerds, the first out was 4-6 on the out to Carl Hartman, who was retired at second. And then it would be a fielder's choice, E6, 4-6, 2-4 on the double play. If you've ever written that in the book, I mean, maybe you have at some point, but the error technically is given to Shufflebind because he reached first base and was on his way to second. It's one that doesn't necessarily really matter in the grand scheme of things at the end of it all. First pitch swinging by Schaefer, and that one above the letters, and he'll launch it foul on a play on the left side for strike one. And the runner, let's see, but then I guess if he turns, I don't know, maybe it's not an error by Shufflebind as it counts now 1-1. I think if you're Roosevelt, you don't really care. If you're Shufflebind, probably McCullough, well, probably not even McCullough. I think Shufflebind is probably the only one that cares if it's an error or not. And maybe the team itself for team defensive fielding percentage, that one's on the outside edge for a strike that counts now 1-2. Because the ball barely gets away and the runner moves and makes a move to second and still gets tagged out. Wouldn't necessarily count that as an error because you can't assume a double play was going to be turned. There's a swing and a miss by Schaefer, and there's a strikeout. 3 straight strikeouts now for Aiden Kosher going back to last inning, and there's one down here in the bottom of the third, and it brings up Hudson Stocher to the plate. Stocher's hitting .213, 1 double, 10 hits overall, 5 runs driven in, 13 runs scored. As he'll ground this one over to the shortstop, and Hensley, he'll field as he circled the ball. The throw to first is in time, and 2 down now here in the bottom of the third inning, and Kosher is dealing here in the last inning in 2/3. And it brings up to the top of the order, and Carter Shufflebind. The 13 runs scored for Stocher is tied for second on the team with Linda Kugel and O'Brien. They make that third of the team. Porter Hunsley's got 14 runs scored. And Shufflebind scored 20 times as the first pitch is outside for ball 1. Here to Carter Shufflebind. He singled to lead off the bottom of the first, but he was thrown out trying to steal second, which is a rarity here this season, but will be a rarity during the summer season as well. He's going to have plenty more steals than he is thrown out trying to steal. As that one will be inside the counts now 2-0. The threat that he is on, especially at first base, wouldn't be surprised if pitchers and coaches want to have pitch outs. This is lined right to the center fielder, DeHaan, who took 1 step in, his 1 step back, and he makes the catch. And it's another 1-2-3 inning for Kosher here in the bottom of the third. He has retired 7 straight, and it's a 2-0 lead after 3 for Roosevelt over Pierre. Back in a minute as you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
It is the top of the 4th inning, and the Pierre Governors are down on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard 2-0. Here in the top of the 4th, as digging in, it will be 7-8-9. Gabe Goebel will lead things off against Brennan McCullough, who had a quick top of the 3rd inning, and the first pitch is over for strike 1. After some deliberation up here, too, in the press box, no error charged to Carter Shufflebine. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 1-1. Nothing was gained on the throw away to the first baseman, or whether or Bridger Babcock. There's no error on the play at all, and so it turns into just being out of the throw. Like I said, talking about potentially a runner just makes the move to second, doesn't actually go anywhere, and then gets tagged out. How are you going to give an error to somebody because of that? Here's a 2-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 2-2. Here to the number 7 man, Gabe Goebel, who singled with 1 out in the top of the 2nd, then came in round to the score on the hit-by pitch. Not a wild pitch, it was a hit-by pitch. As this will be fouled off of Goebel, and the count remains at 2-2. Jack Hilly very happy that he was hit by that pitch in the top of the 2nd, because he got the RBI instead of it being a wild pitch and not getting credit for an RBI. 2-2 from McCullough. Swing and a foul again on a curveball, and good job by Goebel to stay with it. Still at a 2-2 count. Here at the top of the 4th in game 1 of our doubleheader. Here's a 2-2. There's a chopper over to short. Shufflebine backhands the field. The throw to first is going to be in time as Bridger Babcock's able to stretch forward. And there's one down here in the top of the 4th inning. And it will bring up now Tiernan Daly to the plate, who singled as well in his first trip. One down here in the top of the 4th. Brennan McCullough will try and settle himself down and try to work deep into this ball game. Here's the first pitch to Daly upstairs for ball 1. That was pitch number 60 for McCullough, so he's starting to get up there, but he's still got 44 pitches now to work with, as that'll miss upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. 2 runs on 5 hits so far for Roosevelt. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll be outside, and it's quickly 3-0 here to Daly. 7 straight retired for Aiden Kosher on the other side for the Roosevelt Roughriders after the 2-out single to Sunshine in the bottom of the 1st inning. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. It's been 7 straight from Kosher, and he'll try and work through another strong inning in the bottom of the 4th with 2, 3, and 4 for the Governors. Here's a line shot into right field past a diving first baseman Bridger Babcock, and it's a 1-out single, and Daly is now 2 for 2 with 2 hits. And it brings up now Beckett Whitlock to the plate. So still no clean inning for Brennan McCullough, although the closest clean inning was the top of the 3rd with having just 3 batters faced, getting that double play that isn't a usual double play. Jackson Forthams will be the courtesy runner once again here for Daly. And Beckett Whitlock, the first baseman, who was hit by a pitch. He'll ground that one up the middle, back in by Stosher. That throw to second will be off the glove of Scheffelbein. Really tough play for both those guys up the middle, and it's now first and second with one away.
Back to the top of the order. Number 2, second baseman Carson
And it
Bredenbach.
brings up Carson Breidenbach to the plate. An air charge to the Governors. Well, that's it kind of has to be, but that's a really tough play for either one of those guys to make, as that first pitch is over for strike one. Here to the top of the order in Breidenbach. Because Stosher's got to make that backhand and then try it as he's crossing second base, throw across his body quickly but efficiently over to Scheffelbein. And then Scheffelbein doesn't have a whole lot of time to react to where that ball is going to be at. And then he's still trying to think about trying to turn two, which would have been a heck of a play if they would have turned it. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That one would be a check swing and a strike, and the count's now 1-2. But it is the first error by the Governors here in this ball game. 1-2 pitch, curveball that just misses low, and the count's now 2-2. That one looking like it could have been the third strikeout for McCullough. 1 for 2 is Breidenbach with a single in the top of the first. Came around to score. He popped down foul territory. There's a swing and a miss. And there's a third strikeout from McCullough. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the fourth, and it brings up Jack Hilly. Hilly with the RBI hit by pitch in the top of the second. It made it a 2-0 game. 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors for Roosevelt. No runs, 2 hits, and an error for the Governors. First pitch to Hilly. That'll miss low, and the count's now 1-0 to Jack Hilly. McCullough, left-hander, trying to stay under 70 pitches, as that was pitch number 71, and the count's now 1-1. Kosher on the other side has thrown just 31 pitches through 3 completes. Here's the 1-1. That'll miss low and away, and the count's now 2-1. 2-1 pitch here from McCullough to Hilly. This will be flown out towards right field. Here comes Danberg in. He'll make the catch and retire the side. And it is a scoreless top of the fourth inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the fourth. It is still a 2-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
It is the bottom of the fourth inning, and the Pierre Governors down 2-0. And it will be 2, 3, and 4. Porter Hunsley, Sutton Sunshine, and Trip Lindekugel. Might reach his base will be Parker O'Brien. Here in the bottom of the fourth, of Game 1 of our doubleheader here at Harmon Park. We'll be in Sturgis tomorrow. As the first pitch from Kosher to Porter Hunsley. That'll bounce in for ball 1. Good news about playing in Sioux Falls on Saturday and Sturgis on Sunday is that halfway point of both is Pierre. So we'll still be able to sleep in our own bed tonight and get ready to go for an early morning to get out to Sturgis. That'll come in and hit Hunsley, and the leadoff man is on base, so it ends a streak of 7 straight retired. And it will bring up Sutton Sunshine to the plate. So runner on at first with nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th. Second time the Governors have got the leadoff man on base. That was only the 33rd pitch for Aiden Kosher here in this top of the bottom of the 4th inning. Again, Pierre being the home team because it was originally scheduled to be in Pierre, and now here in Sioux Falls. So again, the teams agreed to be, the Governors would be the home team for the doubleheader. As Sutton Sunshine digs in for his second at-bat. First pitch to him will be upstairs for ball 1. He singled with 2 outs in the bottom of the 1st. Brecken Furman ran for him, and then he was stranded at second. That was the last time until Hunsley got hit with the pitch that anybody had reached base. This is going to be launched out to left field, but is well foul. And it counts now 1-1. Well, Pierre has just 1 home run so far on the season. It was Jaron Deal's homer in Mitchell. Sunshine, while not being this year, he's got a home run here at Harmon Park. 1-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. He could tie the game up with 1 swing of the bat. Kosher looking for the strikeout, would be his 4th of the ball game. 1-2 will bounce in. That's a good block there by Daly. Keeps it out in front. Hunsley has to stay put at first, and the count's now 2-2. Tomorrow will be on the air at 1:45 Central Time. 2 o'clock first pitch against Central Time. 2-2. That'll come in and hit Sunshine, and he is on at first now, and it's first and second with nobody out. Second straight batter being hit by a pitch, the only 2 that have been hit so far. But it is first and second. And I believe they're going to have Sunshine run for himself right now over at first. And maybe wait until there's 2 outs to put a courtesy runner in. But it's now tripped Lindekugel to the plate. He's 0 for 1, flew out to left to finish off the bottom of the 1st inning. He's got a chance to get his 6th RBI of the year. Kosher will come set from the stretch. Here's the first pitch to Lindekugel. He'll show bunt, and he'll bunt it back to the screen. 4 strike 1. Number 5 man in the batting order here for the Governors. Make that the 4 man in the batting order. Cleanup guy for Pierre. Here's the 0-1 from Kosher to Lindekugel. Hunsley on at second, Sunshine over at first. Showing bunt again, pulls it back, takes it low for a ball, and the count's now 1-1. First baseman in Whitlock is inside the infield grass. Third baseman in Hartman not playing in the infield grass because he's still protecting that bag over at third. Lindekugel, that will get to the backstop on a pitch that's too high. And it's now second and third here with nobody out, and now Lindekugel doesn't have to bunt the ball. He's got the tying run now in scoring position with nobody out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A big opportunity here for the Governors to get this ball game tied here in the middle innings. Lindekugel hitting .333 with runners in scoring position. Governors as a team hitting .305 coming into today. 2-1 pitch. This will be popped up. Foul territory behind home plate. First baseman, and Whitlock will make the catch, and that is a big first out as Lindekugel is out on the foul outs. 1 down and brings up Parker O'Brien. O'Brien hitting .382 with runners in scoring position, but he's got 15 runs driven in, second on the team behind Sunshine, who stands at second base right now. Big opportunity for O'Brien. Came in hitting .328. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. Try at least score one of these 2 runs. First pitch, that'll get to the backstop, and a run will come in to score. It was low and away and skipped underneath the glove and under the legs of Daly. And Pierre will score at least one of those runs here in this inning, and it makes it a 2-1 ball game. 2 wild pitches from Kosher, who had been solid through this first 3 innings. And now with just a runner on at third, a fly ball can tie the ball game up. 1-0 pitch. Line shot into left. That will get down for a base hit, and we are tied. Parker O'Brien comes in with a base hit, his 16th RBI of the season. And we're all squared here in the bottom of the 4th with a 2-2 game. And it brings up Will Danberg. With that number 5 spot for O'Brien, that's a great spot in the lineup for him as he continues to drive guys in. Only 2 doubles of his now 21 hits in the season, but 16 runs driven in with just 21 hits. I say just 21. I mean, his batting average is almost up to .350 at this point, but able to drive in all those runs here in this middle part of the season. Pickoff attempt, and O'Brien dives back in safely. So a 2-2 score here in the bottom of the 4th. 1 out, 1 on. Will Danberg, who's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He waits for the first pitch from Kosher. Here's a ground ball, 1 hopper past the diving glove of the second baseman into right center field. Breidenbach couldn't make the play. Into right and over to third goes O'Brien. And it's now first and third. It was a tough play for Breidenbach, who was over towards the second base bag. And it turns into a 1-out hit. And it's first and third for Bridger Babcock to try and give the Govs their first lead today. 2 hits in the inning. 2 guys have been hit. There's still only 1 out. And the first baseman, Bridger Babcock, who struck out looking in his first trip to the plate, has a chance to give the Govs the lead. That one's down the left field line, but that's foul as it sliced away from the line. Bridger Babcock looking for his 4th RBI. He's hitting .214 with runners in scoring position. O'Brien leads away from third. Danberg now over at first. And the only thing for Bridger Babcock, he can't strike out and he can't hit into a tailor-made double play. Here's a ground ball going to be on the right side. That is through for a base hit. Another diving effort from Breidenbach, and it skipped over his glove. Danberg will take third on the base hit, and Bridger Babcock has given the Govs their first lead of the ball game. And it's still first and third here with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. And it's Hudson Schaefer to the plate after we get the mound visits. Another RBI here from Babcock, his 4th of the season. Danberg makes his way over to third base as well. And boy, really 2 tough plays for Breidenbach. Almost made both of them as he dove for both of them. That second one, I think it skipped up right after it hit, as it hit right in front of him. I think he made that play until it hit something on the dirt that bounced over his glove, because it looked like it bounced a little bit higher on that last hit. And the run probably was going to score. That would have been a really almost impossible play to turn to, but they still could have got that first out if he would have got a good hop making that diving attempt. But instead, the Govs take advantage of it. They've got now first and third, their 3rd straight single of the inning, and a 3-2 lead, and it's now Hudson Schaefer. He struck out swinging in his first at-bat. Looks like we might have some activity out in the left field bullpen upcoming here for Roosevelt. First pitch, outside corner in the bottom of the zone for strike 1. 3 runs here in the inning, and the Govs are still threatening. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss by Schaefer. Got a piece of it right in the glove, though, of Daly, and the count's now 0-2. You're listening to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront broadcasting station, as we're up to 6 o'clock on this Saturday evening. 0-2 pitch. That is taken to the top of the zone for strike 3. And a 3-pitch strikeout for Kosher. And there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th, and it brings up the number 9 man, Hudson Stosher.
Next up, number 11, Hudson Stosher.
So 2 away. Stosher trying to add on to this inning. Kosher from the stretch delivers the first pitch. That'll be at the bottom of the zone for strike 1. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Runners at first and third. Looking for a 6 RBI at Stosher. He is sitting 167 with runners in score. Make that 150 with runners in scoring position. That one will be inside. The runner took off for second. He will be standing up safely after that went off the catcher's glove just to his left. And the count is now 1-1, but runners are at second and third. 1-1 count here from Kosher to Stosher. Ground ball on the left side. This will be fielded by the shortstop, and Hensley. His throw to first will be in time, and that will retire the side here in the bottom of the 4th. But a 3-run inning for the Governors on 3 hits. There were no errors and 2 men left on base. It's a brand new ball game as we enter the 5th. Pierre now leads it 3-2 over Roosevelt. As you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic? At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
It is 3, 4, and 5 here for the Roosevelt Roughriders in the top of the 5th inning. The Pierre Governors now leading 3-2 as Lawson Hensley waits on the first pitch, and it'll be at the bottom of the zone for strike 1. A 3-run bottom of the 4th for the Govs with an RBI from Parker O'Brien and Bridger Babcock, and a run scoring on a wild pitch as well to get that lead for the Govs. There's a line shot towards left center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Skip past Parker O'Brien. It's going to go for extra base hits. At least a leadoff double for Hensley. He's going to try for 3. Shuffle by on 1 hop. Throws to third. It's going to be not in time. Sliding in safely at third is Hensley with a leadoff triple. And the tying run is 90 feet away.
Next up for the Riders.
And so it is Tucker DeHaan. And again, 90 feet away with nobody out. A leadoff triple for the number 3 man, Lawson Hensley. And Tucker DeHaan's got a chance to tie this game up. First pitch swinging, ground ball. That's going to be up the middle for a base hit, and we're tied. Back-to-back pitches for base hits, and the triple turns into an RBI single for DeHaan, and it's a 3-3 tie.
Next up, number 8, third baseman Carl Hartman.
And it's now Carl Hartman to the plate. Second RBI of the ball game for DeHaan. He's now 2 for 3. And it's Carl Hartman, who is 1 for 2, who will step to the plate. And for Hensley, that was his 4th triple, by the way. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. He was 0 for 2 to that point. But his 18th hit, 4th triple, and his 10th run scored now. That one will catch the outside edge for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. DeHaan picked up his 10th RBI on that base hit. Second of the ball game. 1-1. This will be a fly ball out towards left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and that will give Roosevelt the lead as it one hops off the wall. Rounding second on his way to third. It's going to be a triple for Hartman, And Roosevelt in 3 batters has retaken the lead. It's now a 4-3 advantage. And there's some activity out in the right field bullpen for the Governors. Looks like it's Hudson Schaefer that maybe is warming up out in right field. But it is now a 4-3 lead here for Roosevelt. And as quickly as the Govs had the lead, it's right back in Roosevelt's favor. Second triple of the inning already. Carl Hartman with that triple. And he's got his second of the season and 4th RBI of the year. Coach Prunty out, have a conversation with his starting pitcher and the entire infield. As we sit here in the top of the 5th, it now turns into how do you want to play the next couple batters here? Do you try to keep this 1-run ball game, or do you trade it out for a run? Corners obviously will be at least even with the bag. Shufflebine playing at normal depth, so is Stocher over at second, so they would trade the out for the run right now, and a ground ball that'd be up the middle. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1 to Chris Logue, who is 0 for 2 so far. Lined out to second, then he hit into a fielder's choice, which turned into a double play. 1-0 pitch will come inside, and the count's now 2-0. They're going to try and tell Hudson Schaefer to really move things along to get warm quickly out in right field. 2-0 pitch. This will be fouled out of play behind home plate, and the count's now 2-1. Two-one count here to Chris Logue. With nobody out here in the top of the 5th. 2 runs have already scored, and there's a runner on at third. This will come in and hit him. And after a triple, single, and another triple, now hit batter.
Next up for the Riders, number 19, Gabe.
And we're going to have our pitching change coming up with runners at first and third. And for the first time in 7 games, the Governors are going to make a pitching change. And so we'll see our first reliever, and we'll tell you about him when we come back, as the Pierre Governors now trail it 4-3 to Roosevelt here in the top of the 5th inning with nobody out and runners are at the corners. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
So it is Hudson Schaefer now on the mound here for the Pierre Governors in the top of the 5th inning. He is the DH that will move into that pitching role. And it is going to be runners are at first and third with nobody out. Brennan McCullough, you can't close the book on him yet. He went 4 innings, giving up 9 hits, no walks, 3 strikeouts, and 83 pitches. 4 runs at minimum, but he is responsible for the 2 guys who are on base right now, so he could give up a total of 6 runs, and for the Governor's sake, you'd love it to be just 4 runs given up. But Schaefer will have to deal with 7, 8, 9. Gabe Goebel, Tiernan Daly, and Beckett Whitlock. As we look at the stats for Hudson Schaefer, in the last time out, he threw a 59-pitch, 5-inning complete game shutout against the Huron Tigers. At least I believe it was a 1 run that he gave up, an 11-1 win in 5 innings. But for Schaefer, he has thrown those 5 innings. That's the only stats that he has. 4 runs in that outing, 1 unearned run, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. So the ERA obviously 0 without any earned runs. A whip at 1.2, batting average against at 190. 4 of his 5 innings went for less than 13 pitches. He had a 74% first pitch strike percentage. And so he's looking to throw strikes, but this Roosevelt offense is clicking right now in the top of the 5th inning with 3 hits, 2 being triples in this inning alone. The first 4 guys have reached base, so here is now Gabe Goebel, the DH, who is 1 for 2 so far in the ballgame. Runner takes off in the first pitch. It will get to the backstop, and a run will come in to score. And now the runner will take off for third. The throw to third. The tag by Lindekugel, but he's safe over at third. And so now there's a runner on at third with nobody out, and another run is coming to score. It was a stolen base for Logue, who was already going to get to second, but they took third on the wild pitch, and the run comes in to score for Hartman. And the count's now 1-0. Here to Gabe Goebel to try to make this now a 3-run lead. And that pitch will miss low. And the count, it's 2-0. With nobody out here in the top of the 5th inning. 3 runs have already scored. 4th run only 90 feet away. Again, nobody out here in this top of the 5th. 2-0 pitch. That'll miss low. And the count's now 3-0. On deck is Tiernan Daly. Then it's going to be Beckett Whitlock. .3-0 pitch now here from Schaefer. That'll get to the backstop. It'll draw a walk, and another run will come in to score. And it's now a 6-3 lead here for Roosevelt. 4 runs have scored with nobody out in this top half of the inning.
Next up, number 15, the catcher, Tiernan Daly.
So Tiernan Daly, they're going to pinch run for Goebel. Nick Reedman will be the man that will run for Goebel, the DH. And again, it's a DH, so it is a pinch runner. But Goebel could re-enter. Tiernan Daly, the catcher, he's the plate. He's 2 for 2 so far with those 2 singles. And already a little bit of some throwing just past the right first base dugout, down the right field line out of play. Here's the first pitch. Runner takes off. This will be popped up on the right side, having to go back to first base. As Stoscher will go back, he will make the catch. And hesitating a little bit was Reedman to make sure that Stoscher made the catch, because he would have had to go to second quickly. But Stoscher made the catch, and there's now 1 down. That's a big first out here for the Governors in the top of the 5th inning. And it's now Beckett Whitlock to the plate. Hit by a pitch, also reaching on an error. So he's 0 for 1, but been on base both times. Pickoff attempt, and diving back in safely over at first is Reedman running for Goebel. 6-3 lead for Roosevelt over the Governors. Here's the first pitch. That one will miss just a little bit outside. And the count's now 1-0 here to Tiernan Daly, make that Beckett Whitlock the first baseman. Here's the 1-0 from Schaefer. That is on the outside edge for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. Leading away from first is Reedman. 1-1 pitch here from Schaefer. This will be flown out towards left center field. O'Brien is it slicing over to him. He'll make the catch out in left center. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the 5th inning, and it brings up the top of the order. Carson Breidenbach. So Breidenbach, he is 1 for 3, single to lead off the ball game. Then he fouled that out to the catcher, Sonnenschein. And struck out swinging in the 4th inning. 8th man to come to the plate here in the top of the 5th. 4 runs have scored for the Roughriders. First pitch, top of the zone, and that one is over for strike one. Governors will have the top of the order after they had 8 guys come to the plates in the bottom of the 4th, scoring 3 runs. They'll have the top of the order in the bottom of the 5th with Shufflebine, Hunsley, and Sonnenschein. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Schaefer. That's high for a ball. The leadoff triple for Lawson Hensley, RBI single for Tucker DeHaan, an RBI triple from Hartman, and then a hit by pitch and a walk. Those 2 RBI hits are the only 2 RBIs in that inning, and this pitch will be low, and it will get to the backstop as it didn't bounce up on Sonnenschein. And it's now a runner on at second here with 2 away. And it's still an RBI chance here for Brian Bach now. He'll hit with a runner in scoring position. He's hitting .286 with runners in scoring position. 6 of his 9 runs driven in have come with 2 outs. 2-1. That'll miss low, and the count's now 3-1. Schaefer will come set from the stretch. 3-1 pitch to Breidenbach. Popped up on the left side. Will come back into fair territory, or back into play. It will land foul. And the count's now full at 3-2. With the runner on now only on second. He will not take off with the pitch. Schaefer looking for the strikeout just to retire Breidenbach any way possible here. 3-2 pitch. On its way. Taken for strike 3, and that will retire the side. That's a big strikeout for Schaefer. It is going to be 4 runs in the inning. 3 hits, no errors, and a man left on base. It is now a 6-3 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the 5th inning, and the Pierre Governors are down now by 3, 6-3 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Golden Tempo, by the way, has won the 152nd running of the Kentucky Derby. Unless you didn't want the spoiler, but Golden Tempo has won the Kentucky Derby. And it is Carter Shufflebine, Porter Hunsley, and Sutton Sonnenschein. Cherry DeVoe becomes the first woman trainer to win the Kentucky Derby as well. So a little bit of history in the 152nd running. Shufflebine is 1 for 2. He singled in the bottom of the 1st inning, flew on to center in the 3rd. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. By the way, we'll have hockey tomorrow on the air. In Game 7, that first round series, as this will be a ground ball to the shortstop. He'll field, spin a circle, throw is high, and Shufflebine will reach to kick off the inning. Hensley fielded it. It was a hard-hit ball, but he circled around it or spun around, and his throw was wide. And it will bring up now Porter Hunsley with a runner on at first, and should be the first error of the ball game by Roosevelt. It'll be a tough play to make, but Hensley maybe made it a little bit more difficult than I say that coming from up here, like I'm going to make that play real easily. Hensley made that a little bit more. They're going to give him a base hit. And it'll be a single for Shufflebine. He's not going to say anything bad about that. He'll take the hit. Porter Hunsley is 0 for 1. Was hit by a pitch. This will be a pickoff attempt. Big lead over there at first by Shufflebine, but he'll dive back in safely. Hit by a pitch for Hunsley to lead off the bottom of the 4th, which helps start that 3-run inning. As Gosher Stone works here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's the 0-1 to Hunsley. Line shot. That will be a one-hopper right off the Agri-Lime into center field. Shufflebine will head to third. He's going to get down. The throw was right on the money, but the ball was not caught by the third baseman, Hartman. Hunsley will take second on the throw. That's a base hit for Hunsley. That one was a tailor-made double play until it hits right at the edge of the dirt and the grass and bounced into center field for a single. And it's now second and third with nobody out, and the Govs are right back in business here to kick off this 5th inning. Back-to-back singles. And Shufflebine almost casually gliding into third base, had to hurry up and slide in safely at third. A strong throw from Tucker DeHaan out in center, and that will actually end the day for Aiden Kosher. So we will step aside and tell you the change coming up next as you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
So it is Dylan Creech in the ballgame now for the Roosevelt Roughriders, and he will deal with second and third and nobody out in this bottom of the 5th inning. And we can't close the book yet on Aiden Kosher. We'll give you his numbers here in just a moment. But for Creech, he has primarily been used out of the bullpen. This is his 7th appearance overall and 6th relief appearance, 15 innings so far. He does have the lone save for Roosevelt so far in the season. He is 0-1 overall in the win-loss record. 6 hits allowed, 7 runs, 6 of those have been earned, 9 walks, and 16 strikeouts. An ERA at 2.8, a whip at 1 flat, a batting average against at 120, and a first pitch strike percentage at 62%. So for Creech, he has been efficient and been good for Roosevelt, and he is called upon in going to be a difficult spot. 3, 4, and 5, nobody outs. And it's Sun and Shine's got a chance to make this a 1-run ball game. Runners at second and third in the bottom of the 5th inning. After it was 2-0 going into the bottom of the 4th, we're now up to 6-3, and we're still in the bottom of the 5th. Sun and Shine, who was 1 for 1, single in the 1st, hit by a pitch in the 4th. Waits on the first pitch. Line shot, that is through for a base hit, and it's a 6-4 ball game. They're going to round Porter Hunsley. He will come in to score without a throw, as it was bobbled out and left. It's a 2 RBI single for Sun and Shine, and the guy with the team leading RBIs drives in another 2, and the Govs now have made it a 6-5 ball game, as that's RBIs 21 and 22 for Sun and Shine. And it's Trip Lindenkugel to the plate. 6-5 our score. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. And officially can close the book on Kosher. Gave up those 5 runs on 4 innings, 6 hits, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. That'll bounce in front of the plate for ball 1 to Lindenkugel, who is 0 for 2. By the way, for Brendan McCullough, 4 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, no walks, 3 strikeouts on 83 pitches officially. Kosher only threw 57 pitches. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Linda Kugel will drop down the bunt, but it is foul. And the count's now 1-1. And here in the bottom of the fifth, 2 runs have scored so far for the Governors. 3 hits in the inning, all 3 being singles to this point. Here's the 1-1 now to Linda Kugel. That'll miss low and away. And the count goes now 2-1. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 in the top of the 6th for the Roughriders. Jack Hilly, Lawson Hensley, and Tucker DeHaan. Again, Hensley and DeHaan, well, it was Hensley and Hartman, each had triples. Runner takes off, swing and a miss. The throw 2 seconds is not going to be in time. And it will be a stolen base, and I think there's going to be a little bit of an argument here from Coach DeYoung that it could have been batter interference. Linda Kugel swung, and his momentum took him in front of the plate, which, again, Sun and Shine probably not going to be thrown out, but that's not the point that DeYoung would make either, is that if he stepped in front of the plate, it could be batter's interference. And now the umpires will talk about it. Right now it's a stolen base for Sun and Shine. He ends up at second. The count is 2-2. Sun and Shine got a huge jump. And they will play on. Linda Kugel will step back to the plate with a 2-2 count. And it's always such a gray area when the batter swings and misses and his momentum takes him in front of the plate. You see some umpires maybe make that call and say that batter interference, but here they do not make that call. Now the count's 3-2. And the overall, the play was, I mean, Sun and Shine got such a huge jump that hardly even need to be a throw attempt. But again, for DeYoung, Coach DeYoung, that's not the point of the whole argument. Is this will miss? No, it'll be at the bottom of the zone for strike 3. And Linda Kugel will strike out for the first out. He thought it was ball 4, but instead it's strike 3, and he's now 0 for 3 in the ball game. And it's Parker O'Brien to the plate. He had an RBI single in the bottom of the 4th. That pulled the Govs tied up at 2 at that point with his base hit, and he has a chance to tie the game up again with a base hit. First pitch here to O'Brien. That pitch will miss low. 1 for 2, flew out to center. Singled in the left in the 4th. Chance to tie this game up for a second straight at-bat for O'Brien. 1-0 pitch. This will be popped up on the left side. Going to be a in play still potentially. Nope, it will land foul. And Sun and Shine possibly could have tagged if that had been caught. It would have been a long play for the third baseman and shortstop to make. But the pitcher in Creech was not moving over to third base, and Sun and Shine was standing over at second on the bag. By the way, Porter Hunsley now warming up out in the right field bullpen. Here's now the 1-1 pitch to O'Brien. Creech looks over at second. Curveball that comes in but misses inside. Counts now 2-1 here to Parker O'Brien. Two-one pitch from Creech to O'Brien. Ground ball on the left side. Sun and Shine will take third. The throw to first will be in time from the shortstop in Hensley. There's now 2 down, but 90 feet away is a tying run. And it brings up Will Danberg to the plate.
Next up, number 5, Will Danberg.
So with 2 outs, Danberg, who is 1 for 2, and now we'll get the courtesy runner. Brecken Furman will come in to run for Sun and Shine with the 2 away. Wild pitch or pass ball ties the game up without Danberg having to put the ball in play. Base hit for Danberg ties the game up at 6. First pitch from Creech comes inside for ball 1 to Danberg, who is 1 for 2. Struck out swinging in the second, singled in the fourth. Here's the 1-0. That's inside, and the count's now 2-0. Furman leads away from third. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. 1-run ball game. Chopper, that will be foul down the third base line. And it's now a 2-1 count. And we'll see if maybe Porter Hunsley comes in to start at the top of the 6th inning, or if we'll maybe see if Schaefer can at least get you one full complete inning before Hunsley has to come in. There's a swing and a miss on a curveball, and the count's now 2-2 to Will Danberg. 1 on, 2 outs, and a 2-2 pitch here in the bottom of the 5th. 2-run 5th inning for Pierre, but they're still trailing by 1. 2-2 on its way. Popped up on the right side. The first baseman and Whitlock will call for it. He will make the catch, and they will escape the tying run scoring in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 runs will score on 3 hits in the inning, and 1 man left on base. We head to the top of the 6th, and it will be a 6-5 ball game for Roosevelt leading Pierre. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pure Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pure Closets at 605-223-5855 for free in-home design consultation. Pure Closets, organized for life.
It is the top of the 6th inning, and the Pierre Governors are down by 1. 6-5 with American Family Insurance, Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. It'll be 2, 3, and 4. Jack Hilly, Lawson Hensley, and Tucker DeHaan facing Hudson Schaefer. And again, Porter Hunsley was warming up at the end of that bottom of the 5th inning. So we'll see, again, if Schaefer can get a 1-2-3 inning, that gives the Governor coaching staff a little less to think about in this 6th, and then start to think about the 7th inning, how they want to handle that. As Jack Kelly will lead things off. And Coach DeYoung talking with the home plate umpire, maybe have made a couple changes potentially in the lineup card for maybe a couple guys that will hit at some points. You wouldn't think that for Hilly, Hensley, and DeHaan, they'd all come to the plate. Obviously, Hilly and then Hensley is on deck right now. Jack Hilly, he is 0 for 2, also hit by a pitch, but he does have an RBI when he was hit by that pitch with the bases loaded in that top of the 2nd. First pitch is over for strike 1 from Hudson Schaefer. Getting late here in game number 1. Top of the 6th. Roosevelt leads at 6-5. And again, the Roughriders are at the plate. It is the top of the 6th inning. Governors are the home team here at Harmon Park in Sioux Falls. That one is on the outside edge for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2 from Schaefer to the number 2 man, Hilly, in the batting order. Schaefer shakes off a couple of signs. Now he'll come set, working from the stretch with nobody on base. Kicks and delivers as that one's flown out towards right center field. Hunsley coming in, diving and making a catch. And the leadoff man is retired on a fantastic diving play by Hunsley out in right center field. And there's one down. That's a big first out. And Lawson Hensley to the plate, who is 1 for 3 with that triple that lit off the 5th inning that got that 4-run inning started. He scored on the base hit by Tucker DeHaan, and then DeHaan scored on the triple by Carl Hartman. Here's the first pitch. That's going to be at the top of the zone for a strike. That's a heck of a play by Hunsley out in center field. Get that first out, keep some speed off the base pass, as that one is fouled out of play, and the count's now 0-2. Pierre will have 7, 8, 9 due up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bridger Babcock, Hudson Schaefer, and Hudson Stosher. 0-2 pitch. Taken for strike 3, and that's a big strikeout for Schaefer, and there's now 2 down here in the top of the 6th. Second strikeout for Schaefer in relief.
Number 1, center fielder, Tucker
And now it's
DeHaan.
Tucker DeHaan to the plate. 2 runs driven in so far for DeHaan. He's 2 for 3, double in the 1st and singled home a run in the 5th. He flew out to center in that top of the 3rd inning. First pitch here from Schaefer. Ground ball on the right side. It'll be fielded by Stosher at second. He'll throw to first. Somebody's covering, and it's going to be off the glove. And then over to second now will go DeHaan. I think it hit the glove of the first baseman, Bridger Babcock, and miscommunication between Babcock and Schaefer. Babcock went for the ball, and then he was trying to get back to the bag, but Schaefer saw that he was going for the ball, so as a pitcher should, he went over to cover first base, and Stosher had nowhere to, he had the first base bag to throw to, and that's all he did. It went off, I believe, the glove of Bridger Babcock. It's whoever it went off of the glove, that's going to be where the error's charged to. But DeHaan is on with an error, and he's on at second now with 2 away, and that gives Roosevelt a chance to still score here in the inning. But the first pitch is popped up. It's going to be a long run coming in for O'Brien. He will slide, and he will make the catch, and that will retire the side. And that's a big, big out to get to allow that error to not come to pass. No runs, no hits, an error, and a man left on base. We head to the bottom of the 6th. 2 great plays defensively by the Pierre Governors. And we head to the bottom of the 6th inning with the Govs still down by 1 to Roosevelt. Back in a minute here on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
Did you know a well-maintained AC will last up to 40% longer? Save money and extend the life of your equipment with AirTech Heating and Cooling. From Oneida to Fort Pierre, we help homeowners and businesses slash their energy costs with high-efficiency cooling systems and precision maintenance. Don't let a dirty filter or low refrigerant drain your wallet this summer. Experience the AirTech advantage. Call AirTech today at 605-945-0160 to join our maintenance program. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned, keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
It is the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Pierre Governors are down 6-5 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard, as Creech is still in the ball game. And again, DeYoung talking about something in the lineup card, whether that be, I would assume, about their lineup card, and some maybe the defensive changes that maybe they're going to have or have had. But I think everything is still the same going into this bottom of the 6th inning. It is going to be 7, 8, 9. It'll be Will Eilers to bat for Bridger Babcock. And then Jackson Goodman will hit for Hudson Schaefer. And that looks like Hudson Stosher will come to the plate. So it'll be 2 pinch hitters. And then they go back to those that have been in the lineup. So Will Eilers will get to hit right away for Bridger Babcock here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Will Eilers, so far, he is hitting 265, 9 hits, 7 singles, but 2 triples so far, 4 runs driven in.
Number 8, Will Eilers.
He's got an OPS of 668, and he will lead us off here in the bottom of the 6th inning with the Govs down by 1, trying to tie this ball game up and potentially take the lead here in this 6th inning. And then will we see Porter Hunsley to try and close the 7th inning? Even if the game is not tied, or the Govs have the lead, will we see Porter Hunsley in the top of the 7th for the Govs? Will Eilers waits on the 1-0 pitch by Creech. He'll sky this one foul. That will be over the back of the press box, and the count's now 1-1. Waiting for the loud bang on top of the awning here of the grandstand. Counts 1-1 to Will Eilers. 1-1 pitch. Ground ball to the third baseman. That is going to be fouled just to the left of the third base line. And the count's now 1-2. Good job of the home plate umpire moving over to his right to make sure that he saw where that ball was at, according to the third base, and it's now a 1-2 count. Game 2 will be coming up after we get done here with this first game, somewhere around 25 to 30 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less than that. Get us started for our second game. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Eilers. That'll miss outside, and the count's now 2-2. Then we'll drive halfway to Sturgis tonight, getting back home, and drive the rest of the way tomorrow morning and in the early afternoon. Bring a baseball from the other side of the state. Ground ball on the left side. This will be fielded by the third baseman, Hartman, as he's stretched out to his left. He'll make the play for the first out. Heck of a play by the third baseman, Hartman. There's one down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And it's now Jackson Goodman that will hit for Hudson Schaefer. So Goodman now to the plate, as he is hitting .385 on the season. He's got 2 doubles, 3 runs driven in. First pitch will miss for ball 1 to Goodman. Goodman had a heck of a border battle at the Sanford Sports Complex a couple weeks ago. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one's fouled straight back, and the count's now 1-1. That ran into then Aberdeen that following Thursday, another good doubleheader there, and he's finding his way into the lineup, whether it's as a pinch hitter or just in general from the start of the game. He's worked his way into the lineup the way he has hit the ball. 1-1 pitch will come high and inside, and the count's now 2-1. Backing away from it was Goodman. Dylan Creech delivers a 2-1 pitch. That will bounce in. The count's now 3-2. Both starters have exited. Hudson Schaefer came in relief of Brennan McCullough. Creech is in place of Aiden Kosher. McCullough settled into the ball game, still allowed those 6 runs at the end of his outing, as that pitch will be at the bottom of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 3-2. Creech looking for his first strikeout. Make that would be a second strikeout. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball on the left side. This will be fielded by the shortstop in Hensley. His throw to first just beats Goodman. And there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And the number 9 man of the batting order in Hudson Stosher trying to pass this along to the top of the order. Get something started here with 2 outs in this bottom of the 6th inning. He's 0 for 2, 2 ground outs to the shortstop so far in this ball game. Creech from the windup. First pitch swinging, fly ball to center field, but it's going to hang up enough to get to Tucker DeHaan, and it's a 1-2-3 inning here in the bottom of the 6th. 6-5 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre as we head to the 7th. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
It is the top of the 7th, and it is going to be Porter Hunsley on the mound now for the Governors to try and keep this a one-run ball game and give the top of the order a chance to tie it or win it in that 7th inning. As the lineup will stay the same now. Well, I guess it doesn't necessarily stay the same because Bridger Babcock's back in at first, so he'll go back in place of Will Eilers. And then Jackson Goodman stays in the game. He will be playing left field. Parker O'Brien shifts from left to center as Porter Hunsley comes in from center to the mound. And he will deal with 6, 7, and 8. Chris Logue, Gabe Goebel, and Tiernan Daly to the plates. Hudson Schaefer went those 2 innings in relief. As while he inherited runners, he did not have a earned run against him, as we'll get you his full total here in just a moment as Logue will look at strike 1. Lefty on lefty matchup, second lefty of the ball game for the Governors to pitch. 2 innings, no hits, no runs, only 1 walk and 2 strikeouts. There's a line shot. That's a base hit into right field for Logue. And a leadoff single as he is now 1 for 3 in the ball game. And it's Gabe Goebel to the plate now.
Next up for the Riders, number 17.
Schaefer threw 22 pitches. It's going to be Dylan Creech will be hitting for Goebel. And so now Creech will see if he's going to square and bunt. He'll bunt it up in the air, and Porter Hunsley will make the catch, and that's a big first down because there's no sacrifice that will happen. And now Tiernan Daly will come to the plate, and a ground ball can quickly get you out of this inning. So pop up on the bunt attempt, 1 down here in the top of the 7th. And it brings up Tiernan Daly, who is 2 for 3 with 2 singles. By the way, Creech has thrown 28 pitches so far as he's going to be working into the 7th inning the way it looks right now. Well, there is a little bit of some throwing just beyond the third base dugout for Roosevelt. First pitch will miss for ball 1 to Tiernan Daly, the catcher. 1-0 pitch. That'll be at the bottom of the zone for a strike. Evens the count at a ball and a strike here to Daly. 6 runs on 9 hits for Roosevelt. 5 runs on 8 hits and 2 errors for the Governors. This will be fouled out of play on the right side. And the count's now 1-2. Again, Pierre's got the top of the order to start the bottom of the 7th inning. And will they need 1 to tie? Or will they need more than that just to get that game into the inning? That one is taken for a strike 3. A snap throw back to first, and diving back in safely is Logue over at first, but that is a strikeout of Daly. Took that pitch. I think he was looking for an off-speed pitch, and Hunsley blew the fastball by him. And now Breidenbach to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on at first. Make that Beckett Whitlock, excuse me. And he'll swing at the first pitch and put that over the head of Will Danberg, and that's going to get down for extra bases, and that will make it a 7-5 ball game. Oh, it went under the fence. It went under the fence, and the Govs will catch a break. It'll be 2nd and 3rd. The umpire's going to go check on it. And the runner here is now going to round 3rd. And he's going to go and score. But he'll put everybody back to second and third as the umpire checks it out there, and it is going to be a ground roll double. So it's second and third. It's a long run for the umpire. He's now going to make his way back to somewhere in the infield, but right around second base, in front of the second base bag. But it's a ground roll double for Beckett Whitlock. And the significant is that it's still a 6-5 ball game. If that ball did not get under the fence, that was a 7-5 ball game and probably a triple for Whitlock. But now Breidenbach to the plate. Now they can still score these 2 runs here, but the Govs do catch a break right now with that ground roll double. First pitch to Breidenbach. Popped up on the right side. Long run for everybody. Danberg will come in and will drop in for a base hit, and 2 runs are going to come in to score. A long run for Danberg, and he was not able to get to it. Picked up on 1 hop. 2 runs score, and it's an 8-5 ball game. So the ground roll double doesn't hurt Roosevelt at all. They score those 2 runs anyway. Breidenbach's now 2 for 5 in the ball game. And he got a pair of RBIs there, and it's a runner on at first. 8-5 with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and Pierre will now have to score 3 runs in that bottom of the 7th just to extend the ball game out. First pitch will miss for ball 1 to Jack Hilly. It was 0 for 3, RBI hit by a pitch in the top of the 2nd. That pitch will be at the bottom of the zone for a strike, and the count is now at 1-1. Eight runs, down 11 hits. Back-to-back hits for Roosevelt. Runner takes off, pitches low, the throw to second, 1 hops. Tag applied by Shuffleby, and they got him out at second, and that will retire the side. So they do throw out the runner trying to steal second in Breidenbach, and it ends the inning. But 2 runs will score on 3 hits in the inning, no errors and no one left on base. 8-5, Roosevelt's trying to put an end to the 14-game winning streak for the Pierre Governors. When we come back in a minute, as you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the 7th inning. Pierre Governors are down by 3, 8-5 with American Family Insurance, Brittany Shuffleby scoreboard. And it is the top of the order that is due up for Pierre. They've got Carter Shuffleby, Porter Hunsley, and Sutton Sunshine. They need at least 3 here in this top of the bottom of the 7th to extend this ball game into extras at the very least. As the first pitch to Carter Shuffleby will miss for ball 1. As Dylan Creech is trying to get 3 innings of a save. He got a little bit of help in that top of the 7th with the 2 RBI single from Carson Breidenbach. Roosevelt was that close to not scoring in that 7th inning with the ground roll double. Here's a line shot. That's how you start the bottom of the 7th if you're the Governors. It's a base hit for Carter Shuffleby down the left field line. And there is a runner on at first. Here with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. 3rd hit of the ball game for Shuffleby. He's 3 for 4.
Next up, number 4.
And it brings up Porter Hunsley. Hunsley is 1 for 2 in the ball game, hit by a pitch in the 4th and singled in the 5th inning. Pickoff attempt, and diving back in safely is Shuffleby. And Shuffleby got a lot of speed over there at first. But you got to score 3 runs. Can't get picked off. Can't get thrown out trying to steal if you're going to try and take second. The first pitch is fouled back for strike 1. Hunsley looking for his second hit. Sunshine, who's got 2 runs driven in. He's 2 for 2. He waits on deck. And then Trip Lindekugel would be after that. It's another pickoff attempt. And diving back in safely is Schuffelbein. And this is game 1 of our doubleheader. As we're closing in at 7 o'clock at KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station. 0-1 pitch. Schuffelbein takes off. This will skip to the backstop. Schuffelbein will end up at second, and he will stay there. As he didn't slide into second, but again, no need to force anything. Because you still got to score another 2 runs with Schuffelbein's run that could score. Here's the next pitch to Porter Hunsley as Creech will come set from the stretch and deliver to Hunsley. Chopper on the left side, backing up, making the play to the shortstop. The throw to first is going to be just in time. And a good play there by Hensley. Be quick with that exchange from the glove to the throw. And there's now 1 down. A runner is now at third base. And Sunshine to the plate with 1 away. Keeps that tying run over on deck right now for Pierre. 1 down here in the bottom of the 7th. Govs are trying to get a 15-game winning streak. Here's the first pitch. That'll miss low for ball 1. It would match the longest winning streak in team history, which would happen a decade ago. The Govs did match the 2023 Governor team with a 14-game winning streak, as that one's line fouled on the third base line. The count's now 1-1. They won 14 straight games, but their 14 straight wins, they couldn't win any more than that because they won the state championship on their 14th straight win. They started out 0-for and then routed off 14 straight wins to win a state championship. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll bounce in. The count's now 2-1. Two-one count here to Sunshine. 1 out, runner on at third. 8-5. Roosevelt leads here in the bottom of the 7th. 2-1 pitch here from Creech. That will miss low and away, and the count's now 3-1. And again, the speed of Schuffelbein, you don't have to really get a big jump over at third if the ball gets away. It's a big backstop here at Harmon Park, and the speed of Schuffelbein, it makes it easy for him to score if anything gets away from the catcher. Line shot, that'll be a base hit to make it an 8-6 ball game, and it will bring the tying run to the plate as Sunshine drives in his 3rd RBI of the ball game. And so it's now 8-6. Trip Lindekugel, Parker O'Brien, the next 2 hitters. RBI single, 3rd hit today for Sunshine. He is 3 for 3. Been on base all 4 times after he was hit by a pitch in the 4th. Here's Lindekugel 0 for 3 in the ball game. He's due for a base hit. Creech delivers the first pitch. Lindekugel skies it out to left field. That one's going back out to the wall. It's going to go 1 hop all the way to the wall. 1 run will come in to score. Lindekugel will stop at second, and he has made this an 8-7 ball game. Nearly made it an 8-8 game. And the tying run is now sitting in scoring position. And we'll have a pinch runner for Lindekugel. And I believe it's going to be Aiden Johnson that's going to run out at second. But it is an RBI double for Lindekugel. Another extra base hit, 6 RBI this season. And now all of a sudden the tying run is 90 feet, not 90 feet, but in scoring position here with less than 2 outs. And time is called for a mound visit. It is Aiden Johnson that is running for Lindekugel. And if you had to handpick a guy to come to the plate, outside of Sunshine, this is the guy that I think would be perfect to come to the plate. Parker O'Brien is 1 for 3 with an RBI. Again, he's hitting .382 with runners in scoring position. And he's got a chance to tie this game up. He and Will Danberg will have a couple, maybe it's just O'Brien to tie the game up, but between he and Will Danberg, they've got a shot to tie this game. So does O'Brien to the plate. Runner on at second. 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. 1-run ball game. Here's now the first pitch. And instead of pickoff move, the throw back is safe at second. Johnson got a huge lead over there and was able to dive back in at the nick of time to make sure that he was not thrown out on a pickoff attempt. Great play there by Roosevelt, and Johnson just got back in time. There's a fly ball by Parker O'Brien out towards left field. Backing up is this left fielder to make the catch. Johnson will not tag, and there's now 2 down. And there is 2 away and a chance now for Roosevelt to put the game away. Will Danberg will come to the plate. Base hit ties the ball game up. Richard Babcock waits on deck. Again, I know that both these guys are 1 for 3. The only thing would be is if you intentionally walk Danberg just to put the force out at any base, but then you also put the winning run on base too. So here's the first pitch to Danberg. Swings and misses for strike 1 on a curveball that fell into the dirt. Danberg 1 for 3, singled in that bottom of the 4th inning. 1 hit away from tying this game up at 8 here in the bottom of the 7th with 2 outs. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Danberg. That's a curveball that misses off the plate, and the count's now 1-1. That's a good take there by Danberg after he was fooled in the first pitch. Probably sitting fastball on that first pitch, trying to drive it somewhere in the outfield, and then kind of settled back and set back on that next pitch. 1-1 from Creech. That'll miss. No, that will be called a strike. That one looked like the catcher caught it in the dirt, or it sounded like the catcher's glove hit the dirt when he caught it. The count's not 1-2, but it's been a strike all game. That's been a low pitch has been a strike all game. And now 1 strike away for Roosevelt to put an end to this ball game. 1-2 pitch from Creech. That one's over, fouled on the right side. And the count remains at 1-2. Here to Will Danberg. Creech is trying to finish out the ball game. Danberg looking for a base hit. Johnson over at second. Off with contact. He gets through the infield. He's got a chance to tie the game up. 1-2 pitch from Creech. On its way to Danberg. Curveball that stays upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. And time will be called. They're going to check to see if he win, but Danberg just dropped the bat down. I mean, there's no fault in it. It's not like it's going to be. You don't get penalized for asking that question. So I guess you might as well. Again, Danberg just dropped the bat because the ball was over the top of his helmet. But they checked him over at second, and he did not go. And 2-2 count with runner on at second, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. The 2-2 from Creech to Danberg. Swing and a miss, and a strikeout, and that will end the ball game. And Roosevelt will pick up the 1-run win and end the 14-game winning streak of the Pierre Governors. He had 2 runs score in the inning, but the Govs couldn't get that final run to score. And that 2-run single for Carson Breidenbach ends up being the difference in the ballgame in that top of the 7th with 2 outs. And an 8-7 win for Roosevelt in game number 1 over the Pierre Governors. We will step aside and we will come back and wrap up game 1 here from Harmon Park as you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones financial advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones financial advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
And we welcome you back as the Pierre Governors will fall in game number 1 to the Roosevelt Roughriders 8-7. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning, the Govs scored those 2 runs that gave themselves a shot to tie the game up. Trip Linda Kugel's RBI double had gotten the game within 1, and he was on at second. Aiden Johnson ended up running for him, but the Govs just couldn't cash in as they end up falling in the ball game. As we'll get the box score pulled up for you here in just a moment to give you the totals of the ball game, as Roosevelt will pick up their 6th win, but they're now 5-9 in South Dakota play, and the 14-game winning streak for the Pierre Governors does come to an end as it is a 8-7 final in game 1. Roosevelt knocking off the Pierre Governors. And again, yes, we are at Harmon Park, but it is the Governors who are the home team in this game. And in game number 2 as well. Pierre had a chance while Roosevelt took a 2-0 lead in that first and second inning, 1 run each. The Governors took a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 4th, with them having runs from Parker O'Brien and Bridger Babcock getting an RBI singles. Another run scored on a wild pitch that made it a 3-2 lead for Pierre, but it was quickly answered with a 4-run top of the 4th inning, or make that top of the 5th inning for Roosevelt on a triple, RBI single, RBI triple, and then that was the only 2 RBIs, a couple of wild pitches scored runs as well to make it a 6-3 lead for Roosevelt. Pierre answered with another 2 runs and a 2 RBI single from Sutton Sunshine that had with nobody out in the bottom of the 5th inning, made it 6-5, but Roosevelt was able to slam the door with Dylan Creech coming in relief. He did not allow a run in that 5th inning after that the 2 runs had scored. And then the 2-run single from Carson Breidenbach in the top of the 7th. That is the difference in the game. Made it 8-5. It seemed not necessarily insignificant, but it turns into the biggest hit of the ball game, because if Pierre does not give up that base hits and those 2 runs don't score, they win the ball game with the RBI single from Sutton Sunshine in the 7th and the RBI double from Linda Kugel in that inning. That made it 8-7. But it is an 8-7 final. As you see, if you're watching on YouTube at KCCR Sports, 8 runs, 11 hits, no errors for Roosevelt, 7 runs, 11 hits, and 2 errors for the Pierre Governors. As Aiden Kosher will get the win, going 4 innings, 6 hits, 5 runs, no walks, 4 strikeouts, and 57 pitches. He started the 5th inning, but Dylan Creech ends up with the save with those 3 innings of relief, 4 hits, 2 runs, both coming in the 7th inning, no walks and 2 strikeouts and 46 pitches. So his day is done. He cannot pitch in game number 2. Neither can Aiden Kosher. Brendan McCullough will take the loss as he went 4 innings, 9 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, no walks and 3 strikeouts and 83 pitches. So he ends up with the loss. Hudson Schaefer went 22 pitches in 2 innings, giving up just a walk and 2 strikeouts. No hits allowed. Porter Hunsley in inning 3, hits, 2 runs, no walks, a strikeout. He threw 12 pitches. Schaefer threw 22, so both would be eligible to come back and pitch again in game number 2. And Pierre also doesn't have to worry about pitch count at all other than what is necessary for the game total because they don't play until Thursday, so they'll be off the 4 days of rest. So anybody that pitches today will all be available to throw, well, and other than 1 inning of work, one day of rest, like, Schaefer and Hunsley can come back tomorrow. But, again, anybody that throws past that 1-day mark doesn't matter after that because then they would all be available to throw on Thursday. Those guys that pitch tomorrow would not be available on Thursday if they throw over 80 pitches. But, so right now McCullough would be able to throw Thursday. He obviously wasn't going to, a starter is probably going to go more than the allotted amount for 0 days rest. So it turns into McCullough not available tomorrow, but right now Schaefer and Hunsley, they're still available today to come back and pitch, but they would be available tomorrow if they don't come back and pitch here in this ball in game number 2. But it is an 8-7 win for the Roosevelt Roughriders over the Pierre Governors in game number 1. And again, it ends that 14-game winning streak for the Pierre Governors who are now 16-5 on the season. Roosevelt moves to 6-12. Yes, they do have a tie on the game changer. That tie came against Brookings. Not going to factor into the standings at the end of the year because they didn't get the game completed unless they decide to come back and continue that game at some point. But otherwise, that game won't count in the standings for a tie at all. But it is a now 6-12 record for Roosevelt. They've now gone to 5-9 in South Dakota play. The Governors are 12-5 in South Dakota play. Game 2 is going to be coming up here in just a little while. We've got on the way next, we'll have News Director Zach Nelson's weekend news update, and then we'll start to get you set for game number 2 of our doubleheader between Pierre and Roosevelt. 8-7 win in game 1 for the Roughriders over the Governors. Back with game 2, starting to get set for game 2 on the way next.
Car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do. Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
South Dakota Attorney General Marty Jackley is pleased with the outcome of this year's South Dakota legislative session.
As Attorney General, I brought 10 bills. All 10 bills passed, were signed by the governor. Many of the bills had unanimous support, where Republicans and Democrats felt it was best for public safety. And
the measures covered a lot of ground.
Keeping drugs out of the prisons are important. Making sure we're using AI technology for good reasons and not for putting people in a sexual setting that can harm their reputation. I think were all important bills for South Dakota.
As well as government transparency and election integrity. Jackley still has some work to do before his term as Attorney General is done.
Chief Deputy Prorock's capital murder trial scheduled for September 21. I plan to personally try that case. We have the Meta case coming up, which certainly is a huge financial issue for South Dakota this June.
He says he wants to finish strong. Jackley is seeking the Republican nomination for the U.S. House of Representatives. Groundbreaking for a new men's prison in Sioux Falls took place this week. Lieutenant Governor Tony Van Huysen says it was a long time coming.
It was a fun day for me. I chaired that task force on the new prison, and that first meeting was held in April a year ago. So just over a year later, we were there breaking ground on that new prison. And I think a year ago, people would not have expected that would be happening. We were in a very different position. It was a good example of how an open, transparent process, bringing people together, people who are for it, people who are against it, inviting public input, you can coalesce around a good result.
Van Huysen says the new facility is all about rehabilitation.
The important thing about that new prison is it's going to have 4 times the space for programming. And so when we want to talk about our recidivism rate, when we want to talk about these guys out on parole getting into trouble, we need to do a better job when they're in prison, helping them, figuring out, do you need a GED? Do you need help with reading? Do you have a addiction issue with alcohol or drugs?
Van Huysen says the men's facility is just one part of South Dakota's changing prison system.
We have a new women's prison that's opening in Rapid City this summer, and it will have an intensive drug rehab program for 96 women inmates, female inmates, at a time that will make a huge difference. The huge majority of the women's inmates are in for drugs. It'll make a huge difference in their lives, and we don't have the space to do that in the current men's prison, but we will in the new one.
Other changes are on the way.
We're not just planning for 4 years from now. We've already announced a prison seminary program that should be able to start within the year. We're strengthening our partnerships with Southeast Tech for skills trades that can start in the next year. But as we're looking to that new prison 4 years from now, we're also trying to improve in the meantime.
The new men's prison is being built in Northeast Sioux Falls. The total price tag on the project is capped at $650 million. You've probably heard the ads.
Dependability and timeliness? Oh, yeah. Now I remember. Perkins Storage and Transfer. Twice the movers. Look under movers in the yellow pages.
The marketing firm that creates those radio ads recently won a gold award from the South Dakota Advertising Federation. Mike Hart is co-founder of Fresh Produce.
Every year you can enter work into a variety of categories. Then they bring in judges from out of town. For us, it's a slate of 3 different judges, and they're sort of blind judging the whole body of work. And then they can choose to give it either a silver or a gold.
And it isn't their first gold award.
In February of 2017, we actually won Best of Show, which is the absolute highest honor you can win. And we've won a variety of golds and even some best of classes along the way for the Perkins work. This year happened to be a gold Addy, and we're super proud of the work that we do for them. It's really fun, engaging work.
Hart and co-founder Ted Herron got started in radio in Brookings before teaming up to co-found Fresh Produce in 2004.
In the early years, Ted would concept and write all of those ads. But then we started including other writers on our team. And so now it's sort of a fun moment when your name comes up and you're in the rotation to get to write the Perkins ad for the next 2 months. The writers on our team take turns concepting and coming up with the idea, and then, we still record them here on site.
Fresh Produce has a staff of 19 serving clients in not just South Dakota, but throughout the region. And South Dakota Senator Mike Rounds is pushing for funding for radio stations for tribal populations. He found a willing listener in Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. As the former governor of North Dakota, Burgum knows the importance of stations to tribal populations. Tribal radio funding was proposed for elimination in fiscal year 26. Rounds was able to get it restored and says he's grateful to see it introduced by the Interior Department for next year. With your Riverfront Broadcasting News, I'm News Director Zach Nelson reporting. News anytime online at kccrradio.com.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our number one priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
As we welcome you back and we continue to get set for game number 2 between the Pierre Governors and the Roosevelt Roughriders, we will get you the Roughriders starting lineup here in just a moment. So as it is just coming up to the press box, we go through the starting lineup for the Pierre Governors. Carter Shuffleby will lead off. He's the shortstop here in game number 2. Porter Hunsley will play center in game 2 as well, batting second. Sutton Sunshine behind the plate. He is batting third. Trip Linda-Kugel is the cleanup man. He's the third baseman. Parker O'Brien is batting fifth. He is the left fielder. Then it will be Jackson Goodman, the right fielder, batting sixth. Carter Templeton, the DH, batting seventh. It will be Bridger Babcock, the first baseman, batting eighth. And then Hudson Stosher, the second baseman, will bat ninth. Justin Newhart will make his debut on the mound for the Pierre Governors against the Roosevelt Roughriders. We'll go quickly through the starting lineup for the Roosevelt Roughriders as well. As it'll be Carson Breitenbach, the second baseman, will bat first. Lawson Hensley, the shortstop, will bat second. Tucker DeHaan, the center fielder, batting third. Gabe Goebel will be the cleanup man. He's the DH in game 2. It'll be Carl Hartman, the pitcher, batting fifth. Austin Cargan, the first baseman, batting sixth. Chris Logue, the right fielder, batting seventh. Tiernan Daly, the catcher, batting eighth. And Jack Hilly, the left fielder, batting ninth for the Roosevelt Roughriders. Dylan Creech will be on the mound to pitch once again here in game number 2 for the Roosevelt Roughriders. As they are taking the field, we'll take one break. We'll come back with our second game in a minute. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
As we welcome you back, we are getting set and make the correction here. It is Jonathan Newhart that is on the mound and not Justin Newhart that is on the mound for the Pierre Governors to get us rolling in game number 2. And so Carson Breinbach, the second baseman, will lead things off here for the Roosevelt Roughriders as we are ready to go for game 2. As we are underway with first pitch upstairs for ball 1 at 7:30. Time of the ball game in game 1 was 2 hours and 5 minutes in that 8-7 win. Here's the 1-0 pitch here from Newhart. Is upstairs and the count's now 2-0. So for Jonathan Newhart, as he will make his now 4th start and 5th appearance overall. Go through his numbers here in just a moment. That 2-0 pitch is over for a strike, and the count's now 2-1. He has thrown 14 2/3 innings. He is 1-0 record-wise, 11 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned, 9 walks, and 6 strikeouts. ERA at 2.39, whip at 1.36, as the count's now 3-1, as that one will miss upstairs for a ball. His batting average against at 200 for Newhart, 54% first pitch strikes coming into this ball game. Here's the 3-1 pitch that is lined out to right field. Jackson Goodman will back up and make the catch, and the leadoff man is retired to kick off the ball game. And it will bring up here Lawson Hensley to the plate. So one out, nobody on to kick us off here in the game number 2. We'll eventually get the whole lineup written down in the scorebook as we go along here in game 2. Lights have not turned on quite yet here at Harmon Park. Here's the first pitch inside for ball 1 to Lawson Hensley. And that probably does make a little bit of, I mean, it's not needed quite yet, but probably is a little nervous after having the lights not work at Sanford Sports Complex. This will miss, and the count's now 2-0, especially because it was the reason why we're here is because lights weren't working at the Sanford Sports Complex. But it is, the lights will eventually turn on here at Harmon Park. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Lawson Hensley. That's upstairs, and it's now 3-0. And Newhart, who was able to retire the first, man, even though he went down 2-0 in the count and 3-1 overall, it's another 3-0 count now to Hensley. And Newhart, the 3-0 pitch, it'll be a 4-pitch walk and the first base runner. And it brings up Tucker DeHaan to the plate.
For the Riders, number 1.
Before I went to break, I had mentioned that Dylan Creech was going to be the pitcher. He's the third baseman he is being hit for. He's being hit for by Gabe Goebel, the DH. Carl Hartman is the pitcher. And I probably said that too when going through it, but just not thinking as I was talking, which is never a good thing to not think while you're talking, but just assume that the guy on the bottom of the order was the pitcher, but he's the third baseman because in high school baseball you can DH for anybody they want to, not just the pitcher. First pitch strike to Tucker DeHaan, the center fielder. Now he's down the count 0-2 as that one hit the top of the zone. The count's now 0-2. Newhart looking for a strikeout or at least a ground ball here with an 0-2 count to number 3 man in Tucker DeHaan. 0-2 pitch will miss upstairs. Not close enough to get DeHaan to try and chase it. The count's now 1-2. Go through the defensive positioning here for the Governors in just a moment. Runner takes off. It was a curveball that missed low in the dirt, and standing up safely at second is Hensley with the stolen base. And the count's now 2-2. And DeHaan's got a chance to now make this a quick 1-0 lead here for Roosevelt in the top of the first inning. 2-2, runner takes off again. That one's taken low for a ball. That one will go off, and that one hits the base runner in Hensley. He stayed on the base. That one might have got him up on the shoulder, top of the shoulder, near the helmet. But he has stolen second and third. It was taken low for a ball. It was a pretty close pitch for Newhart, but it is taken low for a ball, and the count's now full at 3-2. But Hensley is okay. And he is 90 feet away from giving Roosevelt a 1-0 lead. On deck is Gabe Goebel. After an 0-2 count, DeHaan now has a 3-2 count. The payoff pitch here from Newhart. There's a ground ball that will get the run in, and Stocher makes the play at second. He'll fire to first. It is an RBI ground out. And it's a 1-0 lead for Roosevelt here in the top of the first with 2 away. So DeHaan, who picked up an RBI, 2 RBIs in game 1. He ends up with an RBI ground out. Get Roosevelt on the board here with 2 outs. Nobody on now in the top of the first and a 1-0 lead. And it's Gabe Goebel, the DH, to the plate. Here's the first pitch from Newhart. That'll miss low for ball 1. It's the third different lefty pitcher for the Governors today as Brendan McCullough started. Porter Hensley end up finishing out the 7th inning. I'd say closing out, but it's still finishing out in the game in the 7th. And now Newhart pitching here to start game number 2 as it counts 2-0 quickly to Gabe Goebel. Here is the 2-0 pitch now from Newhart to Gabe Goebel. That's upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. You can start looking at the rest of what the Governors have. I believe that's the last lefty that they have. That has pitched so far on the season. 3-0 pitch will miss. It's a 4-pitch walk. And so the second walk issued here in the inning by Newhart, and it will bring up the number 5 man, Carl Hartman, the pitcher.
Up next on the Riders, number 8, the pitcher, Carl Hartman.
So Hartman has a chance to help himself out, get the team's first hit of the ball game. The runner on at first and 2 away. Newhart will work from the stretch again. Here is the first pitch to Carl Hartman. Pitcher versus pitcher here in the top of the first inning. Foul straight back for strike 1. And game number 1 for Hartman. He went 2 for 4, had the RBI triple in the top of the 5th. That gave Roosevelt the lead right back after they trailed 3-2 in the bottom of the 4th. Took just 3 batters to get the lead back in that top of the 5th inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That is upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. Austin Cargan would be next, the first baseman, if Hartman's able to extend this inning an extra batter. 1-1. That one is a snap throw back to first, and he is safe over at first, diving back just in time as Goebel, as the count's now 2-1. Missed outside on that pitch, that 1-1 pitch to Hartman. Here come the lights here at Harmon Park. 2-1 pitch. This is popped up, foul territory, long run for everybody. Bridger Babcock's the closest to it, but it's just out of his reach, and it will fall for strike 2. And the count goes to now 2-2. With 2 outs and a runner on at first here at the top of the first of our second game. As the Pierre Governors trying to now start a new winning streak after a 14-game win streak was snapped. They're going to try to start a new one here in game 2. 2-2. That's high and outside, and it's a full count, and that will give Goebel a chance to get a head start, but with the lefty on the mound, Goebel's going to make sure that Newhart goes to the plate. 3-2 pitch. Taken for strike 3 at the top of the zone, and Hartman will go down looking, and that will end the inning. No runs, or make that 1 run on no hits. There were no errors, and 1 man left on base. We head to the bottom of the first, a 1-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pure Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pure Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pure Closets, organized for life.
It is the bottom of the first, and the Pierre Governors down 1-0. And it will be Carter Shufflebine, Porter Hunsley, Sun and Shine, followed by Trip Linda Kugel, Parker O'Brien, and Jackson Goodman. And the final 3 batters in the order, Carter Templeton, Bridger Babcock, and Hudson Stosher. As it is for this Pierre Governor team, again, trying to get that winning streak right back going again. And then they will have a shot. They still could go 3-1 this weekend. Got to win here in this second game and then take on Sturgis tomorrow afternoon in Sturgis as Carter Shufflebine will step to the plates. They will go against Carl Hartman as Hartman will, after striking out looking, steps to the mound to get his day underway on the mound. Be his 5th start and 5th appearance. First pitch swinging for Carter Shufflebine out to right center field. Coming over, the right fielder is able to make the catch, and Logue, he was tripped up by the center fielder DeHaan, but he made the catch out in the gap, and the leadoff man retired in the first pitch here in the bottom of the first inning. And it brings up Porter Hunsley to the plate. That's a good catch there by Logan. It looked like it was DeHaan that was going to get it the whole way, but Logue was able to make the catch. Maybe tripped over his own foot even, not over DeHaan, as the first pitch is over for strike 1 from Carl Hartman. Again, this is his 5th start. He has thrown 18 2/3 innings coming into today. That'll be upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. Overall, he's 0-2 so far in the season. 18 hits, 19 runs, but only 10 of those 19 have been earned. 13 walks and 20 strikeouts. That one is going to be a swing called by the home plate umpire on a check swing from Porter Hunsley, and the count's now 1-2. 3.75 ERA, 1.66 whip, and a .234 batting average against. That'll miss low, and the count's 2-2. He's had 3 of his 18 2/3 innings go for a 1-2-3 inning. And this will be fouled out of play. Doesn't walk a whole lot of guys. 11. He's got 13 walks, but 11 of those 18 innings he is now allowed to walk in those innings. 2-2 pitch from Hartman to Hunsley. Swing and a miss and a strikeout. And there's now 2 down here in the top of the bottom of the first inning, and it will bring up Sun and Shine. 3 RBIs in game 1 for Sun and Shine as he went 3 for 3. 3 singles and also hit by a pitch. So he's been on base all 4 times he's come to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Sun and Shine, and that will be at the top of the zone for strike 1. First pitch strike once again for Carl Hartman at 53% coming into today. This will be popped up foul out of play, and the count's 0-2, but he's 100% in the first 3 batters, getting ahead of them. Also getting a fly out by Shufflebine in the first pitch of his outing. Hartman looking for the 1-2-3 inning. 0-2 count to Sun and Shine. He'll deliver. That one's fouled off the mitts of the catcher. Nearly was caught for strike 3 and remains an 0-2 count. Hilly is out in left. DeHaan in center. Logan right. Creech is being hit for, but he's a third baseman. Hensley at short. Breinbach at second. Cargan at first, and Daly behind the plate. 0-2 pitch. Ground ball that'll be up the middle. It'll be fielded by Hensley, the shortstop, to the left side of first base. His throw to first is in time, and it is a 1-2-3 inning for Hartman here in the bottom of the first. We head to the second. A 1-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zanders has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zanders, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
When the South Dakota sun is beating down, your home should be your sanctuary. But a broken air conditioner can turn your living room into a hot oven fast. Whether you need a quick repair or a full system replacement, AirTech Heating and Cooling is on the job. Our licensed technicians are available 24/7 for those unexpected emergencies. We pride ourselves on 100% customer satisfaction and quality service you can trust. Call 605-945-0160. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned and keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
Top of the second, it is a 1-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. It is 6, 7, and 8. Austin Cargan, Chris Logan, and Tiernan Daly to the plates. After Jonathan Newharth with 2 walks that inning, if again the 1 walk turned into a steal a second, a steal a third, and then the ground out productive out made it a 1-0 game.
First baseman Austin Cargan.
Austin Cargan to lead things off, the first baseman. This will be his first trip to the plates. He is the only guy in the batting order that did not hit in game number 1. Here's the first pitch over for strike 1 as Newharth will get ahead of Cargan. He's hitting .250 coming into today. 3 doubles and 3 runs driven in. OPS for Cargan at .601, and that pitch comes high and tight to Cargan. The count's now even at a ball and a strike. The only difference in the defensive positioning is the first and third for the Roughriders. That one come inside and almost hitting Cargan, and he'll back away from it. The count's now 2-1 to leadoff man here in the top of the second. Jonathan Newharth comes set from the stretch. Here's a 2-1 pitch. That will be a check swing, and that will actually end up out of play. And the count's now 2-2. That one got over the top of the netting. Now Newharth looking for his second straight strikeout. 2-2 pitch here from Newharth. Here to Cargan. Take it on the outside edge for strike 3. And it's the second straight strikeout for Newharth. Second backwards K in a row. And it's now Chris Logan to the plate.
23, right fielder Chris Logue.
So Logue comes to the plate as he went 1 for 3 in game number 1, but was on base 3 times, technically. That one's over for a strike to get us started here in this second at-bat. He reached on a fielder's choice that turned into that double play. He was hit by a pitch and then also singled. But that was a big single in that top of the 7th because he ended up scoring on that 2 RBI single. This one will be fouled off the foot of Logue. He drops the bat and will walk it off as the count's now 0-2. Temperature here in game number 2 and looking like it's still in the 60s right now. 63 degrees, feels like 57, so it will turn into a cooler night as we go along. But should stay at least in the 50s before we even end up getting home for the evening or for the night. Sturgis tomorrow, weather-wise. At first, it was looking like maybe there would be a chance of some rain as the 0-2 pitch will miss and the count's now 1-2. But that has since gone away, and we're looking for a nice, beautiful afternoon for some baseball without having to worry about any weather in the high 60s out in Sturgis tomorrow. That's good news as well. 1-2 pitch will miss low and away, and the count's now 2-2. After an 0-2 count, it's now 2-2 here to Logue. Looking for a third straight strikeout is Jonathan Newhart. 2-2. That'll be a fly ball to right field. Jackson Goodman will come over toward the line. It was starting to sink on him, but he made the catch just below the waist, and there's now 2 down here at the top of the 2nd, and it will bring up the number 8 man and Tiernan Daly, the catcher. Daly went 2 for 4 in game number 1, went 2 for 2 to start, and then was retired on a pop out into second and struck out looking in the 7th inning. First pitch from Newhart. That's over for a strike as he'll get ahead of at least the first 3 hitters of this inning and hopefully the only 3 hitters of the inning. 0-1 pitch here from Newhart as he works from the stretch with nobody on base. 2 outs in the top of the 2nd. That is fouled back, and the count's now 0-2. And another 0-2 count here for Newhart to work with. Be 4, 5, and 6 for the Govs in the bottom of the 2nd inning after a 1-2-3 first from Hartman. 0-2 pitch here from Newhart. We'll come inside and we'll get to the backstop, and the count's now 1-2. And Pierre will travel to Sturgis tomorrow for a 2 o'clock Central Time first pitch. And then they'll be at home to finish out the regular season. There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout for Newhart, and that will retire the side. A 1-2 inning for Jonathan Newhart in the top of the 2nd. 1-0 lead for Roosevelt as we head to the bottom of the 2nd as you're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
It is the bottom of the 2nd and a 1-0 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre as it will be 4, 5, and 6 for the Governors. Tripp Lindenkugel, Parker O'Brien, and Jackson Goodman. If you didn't catch it in game 1, The Govs are the home team in both these games because the game was originally scheduled to be played in Pierre. They moved it out to Sioux Falls to help with track and field for the Governors to make sure that everybody could still be able to do both. And because of that, the teams also agreed that Pierre would still be the home team for the doubleheader. So that's why the Govs are getting a chance to hit last in each of these two games. Almost came to help the Govs out in getting that final at-bat, but Roosevelt picked up the 8-7 win with the tying run on its second, which was this guy's spot in the batting order because Trip Lindekugel hit an RBI double, and he put himself at second. He ended up being pinch ran for, but his spot was the tying run in that bottom of the seventh inning, but the Govs were unable to end up getting that tying run home. First pitch to Lindekugel will miss low for ball one to start us here in the bottom of the second. Lindekugel, O'Brien, and Goodman. He might reach his base. It'll be Carter Templeton, the DH. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That comes high and tight, and the count's now 2-0. He went 1 for 4, did Lindekugel in game number 1. The RBI double that made it 8-7. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll come inside again. The count's now 3-0. He was coming into today with the batting average for Lindekugel at .475. He picked up his fourth double and had his sixth RBI of the season when he got that double. That'll be outside for ball 4, and it's a 4-pitch walk to get us started here in the bottom of the second inning. So the tying run is aboard to kick us off here in the inning. And it brings up Parker O'Brien. O'Brien went 1 for 4, the RBI single in the fourth inning, and a chance to potentially tie that game in that bottom of the seventh. But he is second on the team in RBIs now with 16 behind Sun and Shine, who picked up RBIs 22, 23, and 24. Time is called by the home plate umpire. Everybody will reset. 1-0 here in the bottom of the second here at Harmon Park. First pitch to O'Brien. Be upstairs for ball 1. 5 straight misses here for Carl Hartman to start this bottom of the second inning. Got a lot of velocity on the fastball, this Hartman. And after having a 1-2-3 first inning, he's struggling to find the strike zone right now here in the second inning. That one misses just low, and the count's now 2-0. 6 straight misses right now here for Hartman to start the bottom of the second. And you would think that O'Brien's probably taking a 2-0 pitch. That'll miss outside, and the count's now 3-0, and he definitely is taking a 3-0 pitch with 7 straight misses here for Hartman. Jackson Goodman waits on deck. Here's a 3-0 from Hartman to O'Brien. That'll be at the letters for a strike. The count's now 3-1. And still a good hitter's count here for O'Brien. Pick up the game's first hit from either side. That one at the knees now, and the count's now 3-2. And after 7 straight misses, Hartman's only got 1 strike away from still getting one of these first 2 guys out. 3-2 pitch. That one will miss just a little bit low and outside. He was hoping to get that one, but it will be another walk issued. Back-to-back walks to start the inning. First and seconds for Jackson Goodman to the plate. Goodman did hit in game number 1. He ended up grounding out to the shortstop in his lone trip to the plate. Goodman showing bunts right now. He'll draw the third baseman in, and the pitch will get to the backstop, and it's now second and third as that went over the head of Goodman. And now Goodman doesn't have to worry about bunting at all because it is runners at second and third. He's got a chance to make this a 2-1 ball game with the base hit. 1-0 count here to Goodman. Hartman from the stretch. That'll miss outside, and the count's now 2-0. Two-0 pitch here from Carl Hartman. Line shot, that is going to be a base hit. 1 run will come in to score. They're going to hold up O'Brien at third, and this ball game is tied on the first hit of the ball game for Pierre. First hit from either side. It's a 1-1 tie, and Jackson Goodman's got the base hits. As that'll be RBI number 4 for Goodman. And it brings up Carter Templeton to the plates. So the RBI and still nobody out here in the bottom of the second. And Carter Templeton will come to the plate. 1 for 2 so far in the season for Templeton. 1 hit being a single. There was only 2 plate appearances as well. So he's looking for his first RBI of the year. First pitch will be on the inside corner for a strike, and the count's 0-1. The DH here in game number 2. Goodman leads away from first. O'Brien over at third. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 0-2 here to Templeton. Templeton, a guy that I would potentially think of him pitching tomorrow against Sturgis. 0-2 pitch, taken for strike 3 on the breaking ball, and 3 pitches and a strikeout of Templeton. And there's now 1 out here in the bottom of the second, and it brings up Bridger Babcock to the plate. Bridger Babcock went 1 for 2 in game number 1. RBI single in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch to him will miss outside for ball 1. 1-1 is our score here in the bottom of the second. Time is called, and the catcher will relay the signs to the infield as Daly will step back behind the plate. Bridger Babcock will step back in. And here is now the 1-0 to Babcock. That one's a strike on the outer half of the plate, and the count's 1-1. O'Brien leads away from third. Goodman over at first. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Babcock just behind the 1-1 fastball, and the count's now 1-2. Hudson Stosher waits on deck. Number 9 man in the batting order. He'd be the 6th man to come to the plate in the inning. Swing and a miss, and back-to-back strikeouts now for Carl Hartman. There's now 2 down. And it brings up Hudson Stosher to the plate, who in game number 1, 0 for 3, 2 ground outs and a fly out. But he's got the spot right now to give the Govs their first lead here in game 2. Runners remain at the corners here with 2 away. First pitch, that'll be upstairs, well above the eyes. And having to jump up to make the catch was Daly to make sure it didn't get to the backstop. And now again, Daly will get new signs to the middle infield, or to the entire infield. Hartman will come set from the stretch. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-1. The RBI single for Jackson Goodman. After back-to-back walks in the inning, made it a 1-1 tie. O'Brien had to be held up at third, then back-to-back strikeouts from Hartman. And now he's got a 1-2 count on Stosher, as that one caught the top corner on the inside part of the plate to make it a 1-2 count to the Governor's second baseman. 1-2 pitch. Reaching for it, but fouling it off was Stosher. Just a nice 2-strike swing to protect. It remains at 1-2. Looking for his 3rd strikeout of the inning. Here's Carl Hartman. But the 1-2 pitch now to Stosher. That one's fouled out of play, and good battle here brewing between Hartman and Stosher. The number 9 man in the batting order would turn over to Carter Shufflebine to see if he's able to reach and get the top of the order going. 1-2 pitch. Inside and high, and the count's now at 2-2. O'Brien leads away from third again. Goodman over at first. 2-2 pitch from Hartman to Stosher. Ground ball to the right side. That is finding the glove of the second baseman, and Breidenbach, who will throw to first to retire the side. And that will take care of the bottom of the second. But a run does score on just one hit. No errors and 2 men left on base. We're all squared at 1 after 2 between Pierre and Roosevelt here in Sioux Falls. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
And custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the third inning, and the Pierre Governors and Roosevelt Roughriders are tied at 1. And it is 9-1-2. Jack Gilly, Carson Breidenbach, and Lawson Hensley to get us started here at the top of the third inning. Gilly, the left fielder, digs in for his first at-bats. He is the last man to come to the plate from either side in this second game, as the first pitch will miss just a bit outside and low for ball 1. Not the Bob Euchre type of just a bit outside. It actually was just a bit outside. Hilly in game number 1 in the number 2 spot went 0 for 3 with a hit by pitch. He got the RBI on the bases loaded hit by pitch. He'll ground that one right back up the middle and finds the glove of Jonathan Newhart, and he will fire to first, and there is one down. Watched it all the way into his glove, and I think a little bit of surprise that it found the glove as well. And there is one down here in the top of the third inning, and it's Carson Breidenbach, to the second baseman, back to the plate as they'll turn the lineup over. He flew out to right to lead off the ball game. As overall so far, he is 2 for 6 between these two games. First pitch swinging, ground ball in the hole on the left side, just past the outstretched glove of Carter Shufflebein. And it's a one-out single in the first hit of the ball game for Roosevelt. And it brings up Lawson Hensley to the plate. Hensley walked, stole second, stole third, got hit with the throw coming into the third base bag as he stole third. And then he scored on the RBI ground out from Tucker DeHaan. He is showing no ill effects of being hit in the shoulder when he slid into third base to get his second steal in the same inning, as that one is upstairs for ball 1. Here to the number 2 man in Lawson Hensley. Jonathan Newhart, after that leadoff ground out, looking for another ground ball. He's got 2 ground balls here in the inning. That one will just miss inside, and the count's now 2-0. Breidenbach leads away from first with a one-out base hit. First hit of the ball game for Roosevelt. Pickoff attempt. That one will be picked over at first by Bridger Babcock. No tag attempt. Made sure he just caught it cleanly. And the count remains at 2-0. 2-0 pitch. It'll be upstairs, and now 3-0. 2 walks so far for Newhart. He's got 2 strikes, make that 3 strikeouts. But Hensley may be looking for his second straight base on balls. 3-0 pitch. That one will miss low, and it is going to be a one-out walk, and it's now first and second to bring up Tucker DeHaan with the RBI ground out in his first trip to the plate.
Number 1, center fielder, Tucker DeHaan.
And DeHaan, who picked up 2 RBIs in game one, make that just 1 RBI and 2 RBIs in game 1. 3 so far today. He's got a shot at a fourth one with a base hit. As he waits on the first pitch from Jonathan Newhart. That'll bounce in. Good block there from Sonnenschein, but that's now 5 straight misses here for Newhart. Hans put the ball in the air pretty much exclusively when he's come to the plate, other than that first trip where he grounded out to the second baseman. Looking for a second straight ground ball here from DeHaan if you're Newhart. 1-0 pitch. That one's a good pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Lefty on lefty matchup, which has almost been exclusively what these Roosevelt left-handed hitters have had to see in this doubleheader. Only 2 innings of work for Hudson Schaefer, the only right-handed pitcher for the Governors to come in. 1-1 pitch. Comes inside. I don't know how that missed DeHaan, but it does just miss his jersey, miss maybe his forearm as well, and the count's now 2-1. Newhart comes set from the stretch. Here's the 2-1 now from the lefty. Instead, he'll step off and watch the runner retreat back to second. As Breidenbach will head back to the second base back. 2-1 pitch. Runner takes off, swing and a foul. And the count's now 2-2. It was a pretty good jump from Breidenbach, but the pitch was high in the zone. So had it been just a swinging strike, Sonnenschein had already came up from his crouch. That would have been a close play over at third. And obviously, Hensley, seeing that he was taking off, he was late stealing, but he was still able to take off for second. Now here's a 2-2 pitch. Taken for strike 3 on the outside edge. And there's the second out. And a big strikeout of Tucker DeHaan. And it brings up Gabe Goebel, who also drew a walk in his first trip to the plates. 4 strikeout now for Newhart, and it's now first and second with 2 away here in the top of the third. And this 1-1 tie in game 2 of our doubleheader. First pitch to Goebel, swing and a miss for strike 1. Roosevelt took the first game 8-7, getting 2 big runs in the top of the 7th. Pierre answered in the bottom of the 7th, but left the tying run in scoring position. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Newhart to Goebel. This was fouled back, and it's now 0-2. And here in this game, both teams with 1 hit apiece, although Roosevelt scored their run without a hit in the top of the first. The RBI single for Jackson Goodman in the bottom of the second. Got this game tied at 1. So it's all even up on the scoreboard. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors for each team. The 0-2 pitch from Newhart to Goebel. Runner takes off. It's going to be a slow roller. Going to be a tough play for Shufflebind as he charges. It goes off of him. Runner will try and score the throw. The plate. The tag is missed by Sonnenschein going down the line and able to slide. They're going to say that he did touch the plate, although Sonnenschein tried to tag him again. And it will be a 2-1 lead here for Roosevelt. And the air charge to Shufflebind. And Goebel ends up at first. The runner moves over to third, and Hensley. And so now the runners are at the corners with 2 away.
Carl Hartman.
And it's now Carl Hartman that can help himself out. That's a tough play for Shufflebind, but it rolled up the arm as he tried to make that charging play. And not breaking stride, rounding third was Breidenbach. And the throw, Sonnenschein was just a couple of steps ahead of home plate up the line. And a great slide by Breidenbach as well, as this one will be skied to center field, and Porter Hunsley will camp underneath it. And he'll make the catch and retire the side here in the top of the third. But a run does score for Roosevelt. 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the third, and it's a 2-1 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
It is the bottom of the third, and a 2-1 lead for Roosevelt over Pierre on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. And it will be the top of the order for the Governors, Carter Shufflebine, Porter Hunsley, and Sutton Sunshine. As Carl Hartman now pitching with the lead. Again, going back to that play, Breidenbach never slowed up rounding third, and after it was bobbled by Shufflebine, he had to be really quick to get it home, and Sunshine, that was just a couple of steps up the line at third. He wasn't really far up the line at all, but enough for Breidenbach to get the hand in and slide around the potential tag. First pitch swinging, there's a base hit inside, outing it to right field for Shufflebine. He's now 1 for 2. He's only seen 2 pitches in this ball game, but he's got a base hit. And it brings up now Porter Hunsley, who struck out swinging in his first trip to the plate. And so, I'm not sure what time was over there, but Porter Hunsley got a chance now to the plate with a runner on at first with nobody out here in the bottom of the third on the first pitch that was thrown by Carl Hartman. We'll see if Shufflebine maybe gets the steal sign to head to second. Here's the first pitch. That is upstairs for ball 1 to Hunsley. Porter Hunsley in game number 1 went 1 for 3. Single in that 5th inning. He did score twice. After being hit by a pitch in the 4th and then singling in the 5th, he scored 2 times. 1-0 pitch to Hunsley. That is high and inside. The count's now 2-0. Hartman with 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and now 2 hits given up. But still pitching with that 2-1 lead here in the bottom of the third. That one's right down the middle for a strike as Hunsley was taken all the way, and the count's now 2-1. And we'll see if Shufflebine will end up trying to steal second. And he pointed this at bat. 2-1 pitch. That one's fouled away by Hunsley, and the count's now 2-2. No stolen bases for Shufflebine in that first game. And again, he's got 18 stolen bases coming into this doubleheader. He was thrown out trying to steal second back in the bottom of the first of game number 1. 2-2. He takes off. That is outside. He's going to get to second. And then he is thinking about third. He will try to go to third. The throw will come over, and that will be off the glove of the third baseman. And Shufflebine ends up over at third base. I say that he did have a stolen base in the first game. He's got a stolen base now, and he's over at third with a 3-2 count and nobody out. So the tying run just 90 feet away here in the bottom of the third inning, and it's right now 2, 3, and 4 for the Governors to try and get that run in. 3-2 pitch will miss for ball 4, and it's now first and third. Third walk issued by Hartman, and it brings up Sutton Sunshine to the plate, but we'll have a mound visit first. Again, coming up tomorrow, it is Pierre and Sturgis on the road. We'll have it for you with a 2 o'clock Central Time first pitch, 1:45 with coverage. Then on Thursday, the Govs will be at home against Stevens. And that'll be the last weekday game of the regular season and of the high school season overall, because then everything else will be Friday and Saturday. But the Govs will finish out the season then on Saturday against Jefferson. with a 1 o'clock start. So it'll be 5 o'clock Thursday at home, 1 o'clock on Saturday. And then Pierre will find out the first part of, or the end of the weekend, first part of the following week, who they will play in the playoffs in that best-of-3 series, which last year was a little bit different because of the rain that came through. The Govs ended up were going to play Watertown all 3 games. They ended up being swept, so they only played the 2 games. As this first pitch is popped up, fouled out of play by Sun and Shine. But most likely would be 1 game on Friday and then the potential of 2 on Saturday, but 1 for sure game on Saturday. Unless there's weather, again, that would cause and wreak havoc of trying to figure out how to play all those games. Because, again, Pierre did not play that Friday. They had graduation on Sunday. Well, then you're going Monday at the next possible day. So it turned into just they're going to play all 3 on that Saturday, which they had to get approval for. This one will get to the backstop. It will score the run. As Schuffelbein will easily score. He jogs in, and the wild pitch ties the game at 2. As it counts now 1-1 here to Sun and Shine, and Hunsley also is on at second. So a 2-2 tie here in the bottom of the third, with nobody out here in the bottom of the third inning. And Sun and Shine, who's already got 3 runs driven in today, he's looking for his first RBI in game 2. And to give Pierre their first lead. 1-1 pitch. That's a fly ball to center field, but it is right to Tucker DeHaan, who took 2 steps in to make the catch. And there's 1 down now here in the bottom of the third inning, and it brings up Trip Lindekugel, who drew a walk to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Ended up scoring on the RBI single from Jackson Goodman. Hunsley stands at second. Lindekugel looking for his second RBI today, first here of game 2. Here's the first pitch. There's a line shot into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. He's now 2 for 2. Hunsley, he's going to round third. He's going to try and score. The throw will come up the line. He will be safe scoring, and that throw will allow Lindekugel to take second. It's a 3-2 lead, and another RBI for Trip Lindekugel. His second today. He's 2 for 2 in the ball game, and he stands at second. The throw was up the third base line. It got behind the catcher, but no advancement from Lindekugel. He was already taking second anyway on the throw. So it's an RBI single for Lindekugel, and Parker O'Brien's got a chance to add on to this Governor 3-2 lead. Still just 1 out here in the bottom of the third. First pitch here to O'Brien. Fouls that one away for strike 1. Drew a walk, was stranded over at third after he got to third on the RBI single for Jackson Goodman, who was standing on deck for the Govs back in that second. Here's the 0-1 from Hartman. That'll bounce in. Good block there from the catcher and Daly. And the count's now 1-1. Goodman on deck, then Carter Templeton. 2 runs on 2 hits here in the inning so far for Pierre. 1-1 pitch. This is flown out to right field, down the right field line. Long run coming in as the right fielder to make the catch. Bluffing the tag was Lindekugel, and there's now 2 down. And Logan with a nice running grab makes it 2 away, and it brings up Jackson Goodman to the plate.
Next up for Pierre, number 25, Jackson Goodman.
Goodman with the RBI single in the second. Got the Govs on the board to tie things up 1-1. They'll look for a second RBI. Lindekugel will be off with crack of the bat. So a base hit could score him. Hartman trying to get out of this inning to keep his team down by just 1. First pitch here to Goodman. Line shot into left field. That is down for a base hit. Linda Kugel around third. He's going to try and score. The throw will be cut off by the third baseman, but it bounced off of him. And taking second on the throw then is Goodman. It's another RBI for Jackson Goodman, and the Govs lead it 4-2 here in the bottom of the third. Goodman just keeps on hitting for the Governors. RBI for Goodman. He's 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. And now it's Carter Templeton. Struck out swinging in his first at-bats. First pitch will hit the helmets of Templeton on the curveball that broke back and hit him in the helmets. And it's now first and second here with 2 away. And it brings up Bridger Babcock to the plate. I don't believe we're going to see the pitching change quite yet. We will not. So runners are at first and second. Templeton says he's good. And Bridger Babcock will come to the plate with 2 outs and a chance to extend again this lead here for Pierre. 3 runs on 3 hits. Looking for a 4th run on a 4th hit here for Pierre in the inning. First pitch to Babcock. Swings and misses for strike 1. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. 8th man to come to the plate here for the Govs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's the 0-1. That'll miss inside. It's going to get to the backstop, though, and both runners will move up. And it's now a 1-1 count. And here's an opportunity to drive in 2 runs for Bridger Babcock. Bridger Babcock, who comes into the doubleheader, hitting .214 with runners in scoring position, looking for his 2nd and 3rd 2-out RBI of the season. That one will miss outside. The count's now 2-1. And RBI hits in game number 1 in that bottom of the 4th. Now here in the bottom of the 3rd with 2 on and 2 outs. 2-1 pitch will miss inside. It's now a 3-1 count. Hudson Stosher waiting on deck. He'd be the 9th man to come to the plate. But a good hitter's count here for Bridger Babcock to try and put something in the outfield to make it a 6-2 lead. 3-1 pitch. Ground ball right side. That is going to get through for a base hit, an infield single. They'll stop Templeton over at third. He thought he was going to be able to get all the way through the infield to try and score. The second baseman, Breidenbach, got over to it, but there was no play to be made. It's an infield single. It's an RBI for Bridger Babcock. And it's now 1st and 3rd, and the Governors lead it 5-2. 4th run and 4 hits here in the inning. And Hudson Stosher's got a chance to still extend this inning out. Overall, 5 runs on 5 hits for Pierre. 5-2 lead, 2 outs, runners at 1st and 3rd. Stosher, who grounded out to the second baseman in his first at-bat, swings and misses at the first pitch for strike 1. Templeton now stands at 3rd. Bridger Babcock over at 1st. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Hartman to Stosher. Ground ball right side. That's going to get through for a base hit. It's a 6-2 lead. Babcock on his way over to 3rd. The throw will come over. It's going to skip away from the 3rd baseman, and Babcock's going to come in to score. Stosher's going to end up at 2nd. It's a 7-2 lead for the Governors here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. A 6-run inning for Pierre. Stosher ends up at 2nd. The error will be charged to the 3rd baseman, and Creashu did not make that play over at 3rd. Templeton scored without a play. It was an RBI single for Stosher, and then he takes 2nd. Again, the error charge, but it is a opportunity to bat around here for the Governors, with Carter Shufflebein back to the plates with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Here's the first pitch. That was over for strike one. Shufflebein waits on the 0-1 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 1-1. One pitch here from Hartman to Shufflebein. That one's fouled back, and the count is now at 1-2. Shufflebein in this inning singled to lead things off. He was scored on the RBI single from Linda Kugel. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Here to Shufflebein. Stosher dancing over at second. Ground ball to the first baseman. He'll stay with it, and Cargan, he'll step on the bag, and that will put an end to this third inning. But it is a big inning for the Govs. 6 runs will score for Pierre as they end up with 5 hits, an error, and 1 man left on base. 7-2. We head to the top of the fourth. The Governors lead it. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up all online. New or used, shop for it all online anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the fourth inning. The Pierre Governors with the 7-2 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. As we'll get the new inning up there, up on our YouTube stream, as that first pitch will end up hitting Austin Cargan. And the leadoff man is on base to kick off the top of the fourth inning. And it's now Chris Logue to the plate, the right fielder who flew out to his counterpart Goodman. He's 0 for 1 here in the ball game. But here for Jonathan Newhart, he has got himself a 5-run cushion in the top of the fourth inning and want to be able to use that effectively. Got to be able to throw strikes, make them put the ball in play. Just 1 hit so far in 3 innings of work. That first pitch is over for strike 1. Leadoff man on base for the first time in the ballgame for Roosevelt. That'll be upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. 1-1 count here with nobody out in the top of the fourth. Here's the 1-1 from Newhart. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2, and Newhart is looking for what would be his 5th strikeout of the ball game. Logue leads away from first. Make that Cargan leads away from first. Logue waits on the 1-2 pitch. That is fouled off the mask of Sun and Shine. So we'll do it again here with a 1-2 count. Runner on at first here with nobody out in the top of the fourth. 7-2 lead for Pierre. Here in game 2 of our doubleheader. It was an 8-7 win in game 1 for Roosevelt. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one just misses low and away. That's a really good pitch there by Newhart. And that goes the breaking ball that goes pretty much all the way through the strike zone, and Logue held off, and it just missed. That's one where if you got the ABS, Sunnenshine's probably tapping the helmet. Let's see if that would have been strike 3 or not. Here's now the 2-2. That comes inside. That'll go off the glove into the backstop, and the seconds will go Cargan. And the count's now full at 3-2. Newhart not looking to walk his 4th guy of the ball game. Be his 5th free pass overall if he does, but instead looking for his 5th strikeout. 3-2 pitch. It will be ball 4, and it's 1st and 2nd now with nobody out. And it brings up Tiernan Daly, the catcher, who's 0 for 1. Coach Prunty will make his way out. Coach Scott Rowie will rejoin the team tomorrow in Sturgis. Coach Prunty is the acting head coach here for this doubleheader. So he's looking for his first varsity win as a head coach. Nearly got a walk-off win in the first game. And again, Pierre's the home team. It was a home game on the schedule. They moved it to Sioux Falls. So then Howard Wood, Dakota Relays, those track and field athletes would be able to still compete, and everybody, both teams would be at full strength for nearly every event of the track and field meet, and then the baseball team would be at 100% as well, and not having guys maybe missing because they went to track or maybe missing because they came to baseball instead, all the things. So as the first pitch out of the mound visit is high upstairs to Tiernan Daly. But the move was made to get the Govs to still play baseball at their full strength roster. Here's the 1-0 pitch now from Newhart to Daly. That one will miss low, and the count's now 2-0. And of course, if you're Roosevelt and you get told, hey, we'd rather play in Sioux Falls after you have it scheduled to play in Pierre, I don't think anybody's going to say no to playing in their, at least in their own town. Obviously, we're going to be at the Sanford Sports Complex, and now here at Harmon Park. That one misses high and away, and the count's now 3-0. But Pierre remains the home team because of the original schedule being at home. And again, both coaches agreed prior to the umpires even coming to the field. As that 3-0 pitch will catch the top of the zone. Counts now 3-1. And there's a little activity out in the left field bullpen for the Governors, or the right field bullpen, for the Governors. 3-1 pitch from Newhart. Ground ball off the end of the bat, and that one will be a diving play by Stosher. He'll get from his knee. The throw will be wide, and then Sunnenshine and will not be able to go far enough as he was able to slide his way over. Nobody else could advance as Sunnenshine was able to back it up and keep it close enough to not allow the runner Cargan at third. It'll be an infield hit for Tiernan Daly. That's a really tough play to make for Stosher, who almost had it. And then he's trying to throw it to Babcock, who's retreating to first. But we will have a pitching change, and the Governors will have the bases loaded with nobody out for Roosevelt here in the top of the 4th inning. And looks like maybe Carter Shufflebine will be the guy on the mound. We'll take a break. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
for helping people.
Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
Bases are loaded here with nobody out in the top of the fourth inning. And Carter Schuffelbein will come on to pitch for the first time this season. A guy that I think they were hoping to be able to throw at some points earlier in the year. But because of the guys that went 6 straight complete games for Pierre, it slowed everything up to try and get him into a game, whether it was a very close game or a game that you could just get some work in for Schuffelbein. And now he will finally come in to pitch for the first time. Brecken Furman will go to short. And so he'll be hitting in place of Carter Templeton. And so now Schuffelbein with the bases loaded, nobody out. Tough spot to come into, but we'll see what the junior can do as that first pitch will miss high and outside for ball 1. And again, you can't close the book on Jonathan Newhart, as he's responsible for all 3 guys that are on base. A hit by a pitch, a walk, and an infield single. Bases loaded, nobody out. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-1 here to Jack Hilly, who would ground out to the pitcher in Newhart. The lead off the top of the third, now hits with nobody out in the top of the fourth. Pierre trying to protect a 5-run lead here in this fourth inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That'll miss outside, and the count's now 2-1. And Schuffelbein has not thrown since last summer. Has not pitched yet this season. It's a kind of a mixed leverage spot. 2-1 pitch. That one's over for a strike. The count's now 2-2. You come in with a 5-run lead, so that alone would say it's a low leverage spot, but then you have the bases low with nobody out, so it turns into a high leverage spot, but the tying run's not even to the plate quite yet. It's all the little mixed bag of a spot for Schuffelbein to come into. 2-2 pitch, though, to Jack Hilly. Schuffelbein will deal. That one will miss high and outside. That counts now 3-2. Everything's been on the outer half of the plate, whether he's missed or hit the zone. Bases are loaded. A full count here with nobody out. Number 9 man in the batting order, Jack Hilly. Carson Breidenbach, the top of the order, is waiting on deck. 3-2 pitch from Schuffelbein. Swing and a miss, and a big strikeout for Schuffelbein coming into the ball game. It's the first man he sees on a bases loaded full count pitch. And it's now Carson Breidenbach to the plate.
Number 2, second baseman Carson Breidenbach.
I think Schuffelbein was going to pitch last Saturday, and he was warming up in that bottom of the 6th inning, but he also didn't help himself out to pitch because he ended the game with his triple that made it an 11-run game in the bottom of the 6th inning, and the game early as that first pitch is at the top of the zone for strike 1, Carson Breidenbach. So he would have had his first appearance in at that point would have been a low leverage spot in the top of the 7th, but instead, here it is here in the top of the 4th. The bases are loaded, now just 1 out. An 0-1 count to Breidenbach, who got a single back in the top of the 3rd inning, came around to score. Breaking ball that doesn't catch the zone, misses inside. The count's now 1-1. Cargan's over at 3rd, Logan 2nd, and Daly at 1st. 1-1 pitch. This is skied up into shallow right field. Goodman doesn't see it. Now he'll come in. He'll make the catch. Runner will tag. The throw coming to the plate. Sonnenschein tags him out. It's a double play to get out of the inning. What a throw from Jackson Goodman, right on the money to Sonnenschein. And Roosevelt comes up empty in the top of the 4th. A 9-2 double play to get out of the inning, and it's a no runs, 1 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the 4th. A 7-2 lead for Pierre over Roosevelt. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
It is the bottom of the fourth, and the Pierre Governors lead at 7-2 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard. And a heck of a throw from Jackson Goodman, who didn't see the ball at first. He took a couple steps back. It looked like his arms went out to say, I don't know where the ball is at. Then he came flying in, made the catch, and fired a strike to home. And got Cargan trying to take home on the potential sacrifice fly. And it turns into a 9-2 double play, and the Govs get out of the inning and without any damage. As that one's over for a strike to Porter Hunsley, the count's 1-1. And what a now outing turns into for Jonathan Newhart, who ends up with the 3 innings of pitch. He goes into the 4th inning as that one is over for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. 3 innings, 2 hits, make that 3 hits, 2 runs on 4 walks and 4 strikeouts on 67 pitches. Not an overall bad outing for Newhart. The ground ball right back up the middle, just missing the glove of the pitcher. The throw to first from the second baseman behind the bag is in time. And a great play by Breitenbach to get Hunsley out at first to lead off the bottom of the 4th inning. First, it was nearly stabbed by the pitcher in Hartman, and then behind the bag to make the play for Breitenbach, who is, again, going to his right and having to throw back to his left. Makes the play, and the leadoff man retired, and it brings up Sutton Sunshine to the plate. First pitch is over for strike 1. Here to Sunshine, who is 0 for 2. Ground out of the shortstop and also flew out to the center fielder. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 0-2. And Sunshine quickly down the count, 0-2. 0-2 from Hartman is high and outside. The count's now 1-2. Sunshine looks for his first hit here in game number 2. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That'll miss low and away, and the count is now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pierre hit around in that 3rd inning. 10 batters came to the plate. They scored 6 runs on 5 hits. With the help of an error to get only 1 man left on base. There's a swing and a miss by Sunshine, and there's a strikeout. And there's now 2 down. Be the 4th strikeout of the ball game for Hartman. And 2 away quickly here at the bottom of the 4th inning. That brings up Trip Lindekugel, who had an RBI single in the bottom of the 3rd that helped start everything here for Pierre in that 6-run inning. RBI double in game 1, RBI single here in game number 2. 2 for 4 overall. First pitch will be upstairs for ball 1. I think that's a 2 for 5 overall so far today. 1-0 count. That pitch missed above the head of Lindekugel, who ducked underneath it. 1-0. Swing and a miss, and the count's now at a ball and a strike. Two outs, nobody on here at the bottom of the 4th. Here's the 1-1 from Hartman. That one's on the outside corner for a strike, and the count's now 1-2. Hartman looking for a 1-2-3 for 4th inning, just like he did in the 1st inning. Here's the 1-2. That one a miss, low and away. Good take there from Linda Kugel. That breaking ball spun out of the zone, and Linda Kugel didn't bite at it. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts in a 1-2-3 inning for Hartman. We head to the 5th. It's a 7-2 lead for Pierre over Roosevelt. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
It is the top of the 5th, and the Pierre Governors have a 7-2 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard, as it will be 2, 3, and 4. Lawson Hensley, Tucker DeHaan, and Gabe Goebel. He might reach his base. Carl Hartman to the plate. Carter Shufflebein threw 9 in that first inning of work. He was able to get a strikeout, then got the double play that helped him get out of the inning quickly. As Lawson Hensley to the plate, who has drawn a walk both times. He's got 2 steals and a run scored. As he'll wait on the first pitch from Carter Shufflebein, who works from the windup for the first time in his outing and counts 0-1. Again, Jonathan Newhart ends up with those 3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 4 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one's at the knees for a strike, and the count's now 0-2. Shufflebein looking for a second strikeout now here quickly. 0-2 pitch from the right-hander. And instead time will be called, and everybody will reset. Oh, 2 pitch from Shufflebein in to Hensley. Swing and a miss. A 3-pitch strikeout from Shufflebein. Second strikeout. There's one down here in the top of the 5th inning. Now Tucker DeHaan to the plate.
Tucker DeHaan.
Looking at some scores in the NBA. Game 7 coming down the wire between Philadelphia and Boston. 99-96. Philly's got the lead over Boston. It's a 3-0 lead for Carolina over Philadelphia at near the end of the second period in Game 1 of that second round series. Tucker DeHaan is 0 for 2. He had an RBI ground out in the top of the first and struck out looking in the top of the third. First pitch will be upstairs for ball 1. There's one Game 7 in the NHL tomorrow, Tampa and Montreal, which we'll try to have the conclusion of that game before we get to, hopefully we'd be able to get the conclusion. It's a 5 o'clock Central Time start, so might be halfway through that game. The NBA's got a couple Game 7s, Detroit and Orlando and Cleveland and Toronto. Coming up tomorrow in the NBA to wrap up the first round. That one will miss, and it's now a 3-0 count here to Tucker DeHaan. Here is the 3-0 pitch. DeHaan will take all the way. It's a 4-pitch walk. And a free pass issued by Shufflebein. 1 on and 1 out to bring up Gabe Goebel, the DH, who's been on base twice with a walk and an error.
Number 19, DH Gabe Goebel.
Schuffelbein, this will be his 15th, make the 16th pitch coming up. Here's the first pitch to Goebel. That will miss away, and it's a 1-0 count. 5th straight miss now for Schuffelbein. On the other side, Hartman has thrown 78 pitches through 4 innings, so he's got 27 pitches still left to work with. There is no activity out in the left field bullpen. There's a 1-0 pitch. That'll miss, and the count's now 2-0. Schuffelbein trying to find the strike zone again here with 1 on and 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Leading away from first is Tucker DeHaan on his 1-out walk. 2-0 pitch is upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. And 7 straight misses here for Schuffelbein. You would think that Goebel will be taking all the way. Schuffelbein trying to avoid his 2nd straight 4-pitch walk. 3-0 pitch will miss upstairs and inside. It's a back-to-back walks, and it's 1st and 2nd. Here with 1 out. And Carl Hartman to the plate. And Sudden Sunshine will walk his way out and slow things down here for Carter Schuffelbein. Carl Hartman's 0 for 2, struck out looking to end the 1st inning, flew out to center to end the 3rd. Here's the first pitch here to Hartman. That'll miss outside, so 9 straight misses here for Schuffelbein. Had a strikeout, then a fly out to right, part of the double play, then a strikeout again, retired the first 3 guys he's faced, but now he's throwing 9 straights out of the zone. That'll be off the glove of Sunshine, and everybody will move up 90 feet. And the count's now 2-0. It makes it 2nd and 3rd now here with 1 away. 2-0 count here to Carl Hartman. Here's the 2-0 from Schuffelbein. That will also miss, and it's now 3-0. That's 11 straight misses here for Schuffelbein. In danger of walking the bases loaded here with 1 out. 3-0 pitch. That one will find the strike zone. The count's now 3-1. He missed a couple with the breaking ball too, because sometimes you start throwing fastballs, can't find it, and then you change the arm angle and throw a breaking ball or the grip to get the strike, the feel of it. But it will be a walk, and it's 3 straight walks now from Schuffelbein. The bases are loaded. And it brings up Austin Cargan, who was hit by a pitch to start the game, or start the top of the 4th inning, excuse me. And Coach Edson will make his way out and try and settle down Schuffelbein and help him get that release point back, or maybe just might be talking about what you're going to eat after the game just to get his mind off of pitching right now. Bases are loaded with 1 out here at the top of the 5th, and a 7-2 lead for Pierre. 2nd straight inning with the bases loaded, and you're playing with fire to think that you can get away with getting 2 straight scoreless innings with the bases loaded and less than 2 outs. But they're going to try it. They're going to see if they can play with fire for 2 straight innings. Tying run still not at the plate, but it has moved to the on-deck circle. Austin Cargan, the lefty, will come to the plate. Schuffelbein looking for a ground ball. It'd be great to get one right back to him. Start a 1-2-3 double play to get out of the inning. First pitch, that one's over for strike 1. Over at 3rd is DeHaan. Goebel's at 2nd, and Hartman at 1st. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Schuffelbein to Cargan. That's a foul tip. It was a check swing, but he got a piece of it. It was in the glove of Sunshine. The count's now 0-2. (0-2) pitch here from Schuffelbein. Looking to retire Cargan. 0-2 pitch. That one will miss high and outside. hit the spot that he was trying to, but it was too far out. And the count is now at 1-2. Sunshine set up out that way and ends up missing the zone, but not a bad spot to miss. Trying to get Cargan to chase. Here's the 1-2 now from Shufflebine. That is fouled away by Cargan, and the count remains at a 1-2 count. The bases loaded here with one out in the top of the fifth. Roosevelt, who's down by 5, is getting their second opportunity to try and put up a crooked number. They failed to do so in the top of the fourth inning. 1-2 to Cargan. Taken for strike 3, and his third strikeout now for Shufflebine, second of the inning. And there's 2 down. And it brings up Chris Logue. And Logue, who is 0 for 1, flew out to right and also walked so far. He stands in here trying to get Roosevelt back in the scoring column. First pitch is high and outside for ball 1. Here's the 1-0 from Shufflebine. Now DeLogue. Back pick over to third. And he is just safe over at third base. What a throw there from Sunshine around the money of Linda Kugel. End up missing for a ball. The count's now 2-0. And Shufflebine does not want to go 3-0 in this count. You gotta find the strike zone. If you're low, you're probably trying to sit on something. You're probably not got the take sign. You're trying to sit on something in the zone here with a 2-0 count. That one's over for a strike. He did take it. And the count's now 2-1. Shufflebine working from the windup with the bases loaded. Here's the 2-1 pitch. That's high and outside, and now it's a 3-1 count. And nowhere to put Logue, and Shufflebine's got to be able to throw a strike. And again, if you're Logue, you're sitting in one spot and looking to drive something somewhere. And a good hitter's count. The 3-1 here from Shufflebine to Logue. Swing and a miss. That's a big swing and a miss from Shufflebine. Count's now full, and everybody will get a head start. Multiple will score at the base hit. Big pitch, payoff pitch. 3-2 with 2 outs and the bases loaded here in the top of the fifth. 3-2 from Shufflebine. Swing and a miss. He got him, and he's fired up at the mound. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Shufflebine. And he works around the 3 walks. No runs, no hits, no errors. 3 men left on base. Dancing around danger again are the Governors, but they still lead at 7-2 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
It is the bottom of the 5th inning of the Pierre Governors with a 7-2 lead. Parker O'Brien will lead things off. Jackson Goodman, and then Brecken Furman will get his first chance to swing the bats as he came into the game for Carter Templeton, the DH spot. As he's now the shortstop, as Carter Shufflebine, he's allowed Jackson Goodman and Sunshine to play some defense, but everybody else he hasn't allowed to play defense. He had 3 walks and 3 strikeouts in the inning. Everybody kind of stood on their hands or maybe stood on their heels during that 5th inning. But Shufflebine worked around the jam that he created for himself to not allow a run as the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1 to Parker O'Brien. And while they had only 5 left on base in the last 2 innings, you had the bases loaded with 1 out in the top of the 4th. That one's at the letters for a strike. The count's 1-1 here to O'Brien, who is 0 for 1. You're able to have the bases loaded, nobody out, in the top of the 4th. Then you had the bases loaded with 1 out in the top of the 5th and did not find a way to score in any of those 2 innings. And that's big in this ball game with a 5-run lead for Pierre. Well, yes, it's still a 5-run lead, but a run here or there and a couple runs in each of those 2 innings, and you're looking at maybe a 1-run ball game, as that one is over for a strike, and the count's 2-2 here to O'Brien. But instead, Roosevelt's down to their last 6 outs, and they're down by at least 5 going into that top of the 6th. 2-2. Check swing, and O'Brien did not go, and the count's now 3-2. Listen to KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station just past 9 o'clock on this Saturday evening. John Wickler with you, as the Governors are looking to split the doubleheader against Roosevelt. 3-2. That'll miss low for ball 4, and it is a leadoff walk issued to O'Brien. And it brings up the right fielder in Jackson Goodman, who is 2 for 2 with 2 RBI hits. It'll be a little bit harder to get the RBI single this time with the runner over at first base, but maybe you can get a little bit of some help. Maybe a steal for O'Brien, a wild pitch. Pass ball that could get O'Brien into scoring position. Or you just find a gap somewhere and let O'Brien score from first to keep the trend going of a hit and an RBI for Goodman. That one's over for strike 1 to Jackson Goodman. Tied the game at 1-1 and helped the Govs extend their lead in that bottom of the 3rd inning. There's a fly ball towards right center field. That one is going out towards the right fielder to make the catch, and Logue. A little less air, and that one could have found the gap for another RBI for Goodman, but he's retired, and there's now 1 down. Here in the bottom of the 5th, and it brings up Brecken Furman. His first trip to the plates. Furman's hitting .296 on the season, 8 hits and 27 at-bats. All of them been singles, 6 runs driven in, 8 runs scored for Brecken Furman. And he will swing the bat for the first time in this doubleheader. First pitch, that one's at the letters for strike 1. He's exclusively been the shortstop whenever Shufflebine has not been playing, and now has been on the mound. Furman's been the guy that's been at short just about every single inning. I believe every inning whenever Shufflebine has not been in the lineup, or, again, now on the mound for the last 2 innings. Counts 0-1 to Furman. Runner takes off, pitches high, the throw to second. O'Brien will skip into second base, slide into second base. The throw skips into center field. Stolen base for O'Brien. And the count is now even at a ball and a strike. And Furman's got a chance to make this an 8-2 lead with a base hit. 1-1. Here to Furman. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-1. O'Brien at the stolen base. He's at second. 2-1 pitch to Furman. That is fouled out of play, and the count's now 2-2. Furman, a big part of the White Capitals this year as a freshman for the Caps varsity team. Here's the 2-2 pitch now to Furman. He'll foul that one away, and he'll stay alive for another 2-2 pitch. Which, by the way, Muskegon has tied the series with Madison Capitals with a 5-3 win. Carter Sanderson had a goal in the game. As that one will miss, and the count's now 3-2. So Sanderson makes his mark as he ends up getting the game-winning goal. Made it a 4-3 lead in that third period. Just under 3 minutes to play, or under 4 minutes to play. That'll be fouled out of play again by Furman. Good battle here for Brecken Furman. Sanderson again was the number one star in that game. That series is 1-1 as they go to Madison next Friday and Saturday for games 3 and 4. Stampeder in overtime with the Fargo Force 1-1. There's a possibility here in just a couple weeks that Sanderson could be playing back in Sioux Falls for the Clark Cup Championship if both their teams win. 3-2 pitch again to Furman. That'll miss for ball 4. That's a heck of a battle by the freshman to draw the walk. And it's now first and second here with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. And it brings up Bridger Babcock to the plate. One hockey guy followed by another hockey guy. And Bridger Babcock's got a chance to pick up his second RBI, make his second RBI of the game, and third RBI today as the first pitch is over for strike 1. Here at the bottom of the 5th, and a 7-2 lead here for the Governors over the Roosevelt Roughriders. 0-1 pitch, that'll miss inside. And the count's now 1-1. The top of the 6th will be 8-9-1 for Roosevelt. And Schuffelbein will be back out for his third inning of work. 0-1 pitch. Make that a 1-1 pitch, comes high and inside. The count's now 2-1. O'Brien is over at second after a stolen base, but now with Furman walk, he's on at first. The 2-1, that'll miss low, maybe a little bit inside as well, and the count's now 3-1. Another good hitter's count here for Babcock to try and get another RBI. Hudson Stosher waits on deck, the number 9 man in the batting order. That one will catch the outside edge, and the count's now 3-2. 1 for 2 in the ball game for Bridger Babcock. RBI single in the bottom of the 3rd. Now here in the bottom of the 5th, looking for another RBI hit. 3-2. Fouled off the hands of Babcock out of play. And another 3-2 pitch upcoming. Currently no baseballs for the home plate umpire. Get a couple of baseballs thrown back in. At least one. So a 3-2 count. Another payoff pitch coming here from Hartman. And Babcock will foul that one away. And we'll do it again here at 3-2. And Hudson Stosher's got 2 of those foul balls. He'll handle it off the umpire. Throw it out to Hartman as well. And we got a couple extra baseballs coming in. Another payoff pitch to Bridger Babcock. It's been a long battle here. This will be pitch number 102 for Hartman. So he's closing in on the end of the line. 3-2. Swing and a miss, and a big strikeout there for Hartman. There's now 2 down. And he can go through this inning if he can get Stosher out, or if he doesn't, has to be quick in this at-bat. As he's got 3 pitches remaining. He can't start another batter after pitch 105. So if he throws only 2 pitches to Hudson Stosher, he still could potentially go get Schuffelbein, as the first pitch is fouled by Stosher at the plate. Off the glove of the catcher, Daly. Stosher had the RBI single as well in the bottom of the 3rd inning. As the Govs hit around in that 3rd, 10 guys came to the plate. Had an RBI from Linda Kugel, Goodman, Babcock, and Stosher in that 6-run bottom of the 3rd. 0-1 pitch. That'll miss. That'll get to the backstop, and it's now 2nd and 3rd. O'Brien goes almost halfway down the third base line. But this will be the final batter of the day for Hartman, as this will be pitch number 105 upcoming. He can finish this at bat, and then he'll have to come out of the ball game. There is no activity out in the left field bullpen, which makes you think that there would be someone coming in from the field to pitch, as that one will be upstairs, and the count's now 2-1. Or I just missed the guy warming up out in the left field bullpen, and I did. So probably not going to be somebody coming in from the field. 2-1 pitch here to Stosher. That one's fouled back at the top of the netting. And the count is now at 2-2. Runners are at second and third, 2 outs. Deuces are wild here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 on, 2 out. The 2-2 pitch from Hartman to Stosher. Good take and a curveball in the dirt. Good block there from Daly, and the count it runs full at 3-2. Top of the order, Carter Shufflebein waits on deck. Base hit makes this a 9-2 ball game. A walk lows the bases for the top of the order, and a new pitcher to come in. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball on the right side. That will eat up the second baseman, who will still field and has time to make the play at first. As Reinbach's able to retire Hudson Stosher to end the inning. No runs score in the inning, no hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We head to the 6th. It is a 7-2 lead for Pierre over Roosevelt. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
It is the top of the 6th inning, and the Pierre Governors lead in 7-2 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. As it will be Carter Shufflebein working into his 3rd inning of relief. He's got 8, 9, and 1. Tiernan Daly, Jack Hilly, and Carson Breidenbach. Might reach his base. It'll be Lawson Hensley. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. Shufflebein's stat line so far, those 2 innings of work, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, no hits allowed, and no runs allowed either. He's thrown 37 pitches. This will be pitch number 38 upcoming here with the 1-0 count. He was able to get a strikeout and then a fly out to turn a double play to end the 4th inning, and then 3 strikeouts with 3 walks. As that one will miss, and it's now 2-0. So he did it the hard way in that top of the 5th inning. Here's the 2-0 from Shufflebein to Tiernan Daly. That's upstairs, and the count's now 3-0. Jack Hilly waits on deck. Top of the order is looming here for Roosevelt. 3-0 is at the letters for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. 7 runs on 6 hits, no errors for the Governors. Excuse me, make that 1 error for the Governors. This will be fouled out of play, and the count's now 3-2. 2 runs on 2 hits and 1 error for Roosevelt. Govs have stranded 5 men on base. It has been 8 men stranded on base for Roosevelt to this point. 3-2 pitch. That one just misses outside, and it's a leadoff walk. Fourth walk now issued by Shufflebine. We'll have a courtesy runner. Jackson Vorthams will be the courtesy runner, but then we'll also have a pinch hitter. Beckett Whitlock will hit for Jack Hilly.
Number 7, Beckett Whitlock.
Whitlock played first in game number 1 after Hilly goes 0 for 2. Whitlock had the ground rule double in the top of the 7th inning that would have scored a run had it not been the ground rule double, but he ended up scoring anyway on that base hit from Carson Breidenbach as he went 1 for 3, being hit by a pitch reaching on an error and also flew out to left. Leadoff man is on base. The lefty will dig in against Shufflebine. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. Again, the Govs could turn back to Hudson Schaefer or Porter Hunsley. They didn't throw enough to put themselves in a spot where they can't pitch again here today. That one is fouled back, and the count's now 1-1. However, if they do pitch in this game, even though Porter Hunsley threw 12 in the first game, say he throws only 12 in game number 2, he's not available tomorrow because he can't pitch 3 times in 2 consecutive days. So he'd have to have a day of rest if he comes back in. Same for Schaefer, too, even if he doesn't reach the total combined of 1 day of rest. This will get to the backstop on a wild pitch and a curveball that hit the dirt. And the seconds will go Daly. And so the count's now 2-1. Here to make that, running is Vortham's running for Daly. But Beckett Whitlock is got a chance for an RBI with a base hit. Now runner in scoring position here. 2-1 pitch from Shufflebine. That one's fouled back. And it evens the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pierre will have the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Shufflebine, Hunsley, and Sunshine. Top of the order is due up next for Roosevelt here in the top of the 6th inning. 2-2. There's a line shot to center. That's going to one hop in front of Hunsley. And it's first and third. That's the first hit allowed by Shufflebine in this outing. And it's first and third. Nobody out. And now it's the top of the order. Carson Breidenbach to the plate. He's 1 for 3. He singled in the top of the 3rd. He came in to score. Now we're going to have a pinch runner. Nope. I'm looking at the dugout. Like he might have been putting in a pinch runner. But it's Breidenbach, 1 for 3. First pitch. Ground ball over to third at Lindekugel. He'll throw to second for 1. Stays on the bag. The throw back to first. He is safe at first base. Run does come in to score. An RBI fielder's choice for Breidenbach. And it's now a runner on at first only. 1 out, and it's a 7-3 ball game. And Lawson Hensley to the plate. So fielder's choice RBI for Breidenbach. 5-4 on that fielder's choice. Swing and a miss in the first pitch to Lawson Hensley. 4-run lead here for the Governors in the top of the 6th. Another ground ball could be coming up here from Shufflebine if he can force that ground ball here to Hensley. Instead, it's a fly ball to right field. Jackson Goodman camps underneath it as he'll move to his right. He'll make the catch. And 2 down now here in the top of the 6th. And it brings up Tucker DeHaan to the plate.
Next up for the Riders, number 1, center fielder, Tucker
DeHaan is 0 for 2 so far. An RBI ground down the top of the 1st. That got Roosevelt the 1-0 lead. Then he drew a walk in the 5th inning and was left stranded over at 3rd. He started that string of 3 straight walks. First pitch just missing outside. Maybe a little bit low, maybe a little bit away. And it's a 1-0 count. The lefty and DeHaan digs back in. 1-0 pitch here from Schuffelbein. That one misses inside. And that counts 2-0. Number 3 man the batting order. Pierre will have to go through the heart of the order to try and still win this baseball game over Roosevelt. 2-0 pitch is outside. The count's now 3-0. We close in on the 2-hour mark of this baseball game. 3-0 pitch to DeHaan. Schuffelbein delivers. It is a 4-pitch walk, and it's now first and second. And that'll be the 5th walk issued by Schuffelbein. Looks like Carter Templeton will start to play catch just beyond the first base dugout. He was the DH. He wouldn't have to come back in for Brecken Furman if he would re-enter the ball game at all. First pitch is over for strike 1 to Gabe Goebel, who has been on base all 3 times. He walked the 1st and 5th inning, and he also reached on an error back in the 3rd. He pitched number 56 here from Schuffelbein. That will miss low, and the count's now 1-1. Just 1 hit, 1 run, but he's got 5 walks and 4 strikeouts. Here's the 1-1 pitch from Schuffelbein. That one's fouled away, and the count's now 1-2. A strike away from getting out of this top of the 6th inning and giving the Govs at least a 4-run lead heading into the 7th. Even if they have an opportunity to add on 2 at the top of the order, but at the very least, they'd have a 4-run lead going in the 7th inning. Here's a 1-2 pitch from Schuffelbein. Line shot, that is a base hit into right field. Goodman will come up with it. They're going to hold him at third because Goodman threw another seed to the plate and keeps the bases loaded. That's the 2nd strong throw from Goodman on the money. And after the first guy was thrown out trying to score, Coach DeYoung was not going to let another guy get thrown out trying to score with 2 outs. 2nd hit of the inning. It's now the bases loaded again, and Carl Hartman to the plate, who will not be the pitcher in the top at the bottom of the 6th inning whenever Pierre comes to the plate. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1, as he has exceeded over 105 pitches, and somebody else will have to come into the game in that bottom of the 6th. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Schuffelbein to Hartman. That one's over for a strike, and the count's now 1-1. 0 for 2 so far as Hartman. Struck out looking and also then flew out to center. He drew a walk in that top of the 5th inning. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Comes high and inside, and the count's now 2-1. This is the tying run at the plate right now here in the top of the 6th. 7-3, Pierre leads over Roosevelt late on a Saturday evening. 2-1 from Carter Schuffelbein from the windup. That one is popped foul out of play, and it's now a 2-2 count, and another opportunity for Schuffelbein to get out of this inning. It'll be his 63rd pitch of the ball game. The 2-2 from Carter Schuffelbein to Carl Hartman. Curveball that comes inside, nearly got him. But it's now a 3-2 count, and the bases are loaded. Everybody will get a head start again. Looking for his 5th strikeout. Giving this a 4-run lead. The 3-2 from Carter Schuffelbein to Carl Hartman. Taken for strike 3, and that will retire the side. And another strikeout for Schuffelbein. 1 run does score on 2 hits. No errors and 3 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Take another deep breath. It's still a 7-3 lead for Pierre over Roosevelt. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson, LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
It is the bottom of the 6th inning, and it is a 7-3 lead for the Pierre Governors as we head to this bottom of the 6th. And the Pierre Governors will try and extend this 4-run lead as they have the top of the order. And Jake Else will be on the mound now for the Roosevelt Roughriders after 108 pitches thrown for Carl Hartman. Else has thrown 11 innings so far. This will be his 9th appearance, all being in relief. He's 1-3 overall, 14 hits in 11 innings, 12 runs, but only 6 of them earned, 8 walks and 12 strikeouts. The ERA at 3.82. The whip at 2 flats, and the batting average against at 292. First pitch strike percentage at 65%. And so as Carter Shufflebein will come to the plate, he hasn't wasted any time when he's come to the plate. So, first pitch strike percentage at near 70%, you would expect that a first pitch strike would be coming in, and then Shufflebein probably looking to put a ball in play right away. He is 1 for 3. Flew out to center to lead off the bottom of the first. Singled in the third and then grounded out the first baseman to end that third inning. First time he's hitting since the bottom of the third. First pitch will miss outside for ball 1. So, of course, all of that goes out the window. Hartman goes over to third. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That is outside. And the count's now 2-0. Whitlock is in left after he hit for Jack Hilly. That'll bounce in. The count's now 3-0 here to Shufflebein. Everybody else stays the same. 3-0 pitch. That's going to miss for ball 4. And a 4-pitch walk to Shufflebein to kick off the bottom of the 6th inning, and Pierre will have a chance now to extend this lead with that leadoff man on base. It brings up Porter Hunsley, who is 0 for 2 with the walk. I make that Hilly still out in left field. Leadoff man on at first. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. Nice to have the guys running Game Changer up here. You can hear a little bit of what they're saying. That one is over for a strike. The count's now 1-1. That way we had the little slight gold bar at the bottom of your screen if you're watching on YouTube at KCCR Sports. As the 1-1 pitch to Porter Hunsley is fouled away. But Tyler Stosher running double duty up here in the press box with Game Changer and fixing the camera for me. Appreciate the help. And he's checking his cows in between innings as well. The count's 1-2 to Porter Hunsley. That one will miss low and away. The count's now even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll see if Carter Templeton maybe comes in the top of the 7th inning. He was starting to warm up. Shufflebein, he's still got pitches to work with. Here's a ground ball down the third base line. It is fair, and Hunsley is going to base hit. Shufflebein will glide his way into third. It's a double for Porter Hunsley. And Pierre's in business to get that run back and then some here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 2nd and 3rd with nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. And it brings up sudden sun and shine. 3 runs driven in game number 1. He's 0 for 3 here in game 2. He's due for at least an RBI, even if it ends up being a productive out, as the first pitch is high and outside for ball 1. Again, Pierre will travel to Sturgis tomorrow, 2 o'clock Central Time first pitch. 1-0 pitch. Comes inside, the count's now 2-0. Be on the air at 1:45 Central Time. Then they'll be off until Thursday at home, Thursday and Saturday. Swing and a miss by Sun and Shine. The count's now 2-1. It's a 5 o'clock Thursday first pitch and a 1 o'clock Saturday first pitch. That ends the regular season. Only 6 more games after this one concludes. Here's a ground ball off the glove of the pitcher. It'll be 1-run score. Hunsley's going to try and score as the ball never left the infield. He comes in to score, and then the throw got away from the catcher, so Sun and Shine will end up taking second. And 2 runs come in to make it a 9-3 ball game. It'll be an infield hit for Sun and Shine. It'll be an RBI, but then the throwing error from the second baseman in Breitenbach will allow Sun and Shine to take second. Hunsley comes in to score as well. And it's now a 9-3 lead, and the Govs have scored twice after giving up that run in the top of the 6th. They've added on to their lead going into the top of the 7th inning already, and they still are threatening. So it ends up being an infield single. Shufflebein scores with the RBI. That was on the outside edge for a strike to trip Linda Kugel. Then a throwing error by the second baseman. And so it's a single RBI. Hunsley scores on the throwing error. Sun and Shine is up at second on the throwing error. And the count's 0-2 now here to Linda Kugel, who is 1 for 2 in the ball game, walked in the second, RBI single in the third, and struck out swinging in the 4th. And he'll strike out swinging here in the bottom of the 6th inning. That's the first out. A fastball by Jake Else. By the way, it was 5 innings of work for Hartman. 6 hits, 7 runs, 5 of them earned, 5 walks, and 6 strikeouts for Hartman, the starter. As now Parker O'Brien trying to get this potentially a 7-run ball game, as the first pitch will miss for ball 1 to O'Brien. We'll have a quick post-game show after this ball game is done and drive on back to Pierre. Here's the 1-0 pitch. There's a ground ball down the third base line, but that is foul. And the count is even at a ball and a strike. As we're just past the 2-hour mark of this ball game. 2 hours and 3 minutes. I think that 2 hours and 5 minutes of game 1. A little bit longer here in game number 2. 1-1 pitch. That one's over for a strike. 1-2 count. Got the outside corner on the breaking ball. 1-2 to O'Brien. 2 walks so far in the ball game. 0 for 1 overall. Flew out to right in his lone at bats. And he'll foul this one back. Looks like Porter Hunsley is getting ready to warm up out in the right field bullpen. Yeah, you will be throwing out there in the bullpen, so we might see Hunsley to try and get the final 3 outs with at least a 6-run lead. As O'Brien waits on the 1-2 pitch. Else will spin and throw to second, and easily standing back over there is Sun and Shine. Another 1-2 pitch here upcoming to Parker O'Brien. Looking to try and get his second RBI of the ball game. Of the day, excuse me. That one is outside, and the count is now at 2-2. Sun and Shine will finish with 4 RBIs unless he has a chance to come back up again in this 6th inning. That'll miss low and away, and the count's now 3-2. He had 3 in game 1. Now he has his first one here in this second game. 9 runs on 8 hits for Pierre. Also 1 error for the Governors. 3 runs on 4 hits and 2 errors for Roosevelt, as that will miss inside for ball 4. And O'Brien will draw the 1-out walk. And it's now first and second again. Third time that O'Brien's been walked in this game. It brings up Jackson Goodman. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI single in both the second and third innings. He flew out to right. That one will be fouled out of play for strike one. Hunsley threw 12 pitches in game number 1, so he's got the opportunity to come back and throw in this second game. This will be a high fly ball out towards left center field. That's going to get in the gap, and that's going to score another run, one run at least. O'Brien's rounding third. He's going to try and score. Goodman's on his way to third. The throw coming in will be off of Goodman. He's got himself a 2 RBI triple, and it's 11-3 to lead for the Governors. 4 runs driven in for Jackson Goodman in the ball game. And for Jackson Goodman, with his 4th RBI, that's also his first triple of the season. And he's got 7 runs driven in. He's more than doubled his RBI total in this game alone. O'Brien read that really well. He saw that was going to get in the gap, and he was off and running. Here's a check swing that will be fielded by the pitcher, and Brecken Furman will be retired for the second out. And there's 2 away. Just about to mention that this was the winning run that was coming to the plate. It still is. Bridger Babcock now to the plate. 8th man to come to the plate here in the 6th inning as well. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Struck out the other 2 times so far in game number 2. First pitch is over for strike 1 on the outside edge. A 4-run 6th inning here for Pierre. After having a 6-run third, a 4-run 6th, that one expanding the zone a little bit farther out, taking for a strike, and the count's now 0-2, and it's quickly here for Elsa to try and now get out of the 6th inning. 0-2 pitch. Again, he's trying to go a little bit farther out, and the count's now 1-2. That one missed just a little bit too far outside. 1-2 pitch will miss low, and it's now 2-2. Hudson Stosher will be the 9th man to come to the plate if Bridger Babcock can reach 2-2 and now make it 3-2 as that one missed high and outside. 2 walks in the inning so far by Else. 3 hits given up, 4 runs have scored. 3-2 from Else to Babcock will miss for ball 4, and Jackson Goodman will also come in to score on the wild pitch. And it's a 9-run advantage here for the Governors, and Hudson Stosher will come to the plate to be the 9th man to come up in this 6th inning. I didn't even put the runs up on the scoreboard there. So it's a 12-3 lead for Pierre. Walk to Bridger Babcock. Hudson Stosher, who is 1 for 3. 2 ground outs to the second baseman. That one will be fouled out of play, but he had the RBI infield hits in that 3rd inning. Along with Linda Kugel, Goodman, and Bridger Babcock in that 3rd, all driving in runs. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That'll miss outside, and the count's now 1-1. So if Bridger Babcock can score from first, the Govs won't need to pitch in the 7th inning. They can win by the 10-run rule. Here's the 1-1. That'll be a ground ball, foul on the 3rd base line. And the count is now 1-2 here to Stosher. So again, I mentioned sun and shine unless he came back up in the 6th inning. Well, he won't come back up in the 6th inning because the bases would be loaded for Porter Hunsley, and that would be either the ball game or the 3rd out. As that one will bounce in, the count's now 2-2. And at that point, Pierre really doesn't want to see sun and shine come back to the plate. Bad things would happen in that 7th inning. 2-2. This is popped up, foul territory, and the catcher Daly will watch it fall out of play as it will roll down the backside of the press box. The count remains at 2-2 with 2 outs and a runner on at first. A 5-run six here for the Govs. Taken for strike 3 on the outside edge, and that will retire the side here in the 6th inning. 5 runs will score on 3 hits, an error, and 1 man left on base. To the 7th we go. The Governor is 3 outs away from picking up a splits against Roosevelt. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 7th, and Porter Hunsley will try and get the final 3 outs with a 9-run lead. 12-3 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard, and it will be Hunsley on for his 2nd outing of the day. Parker O'Brien will move to center. Jaron Deal will come into the game to play left, and Shufflebine is back over at short, so Furman will come out of the game. Deal will be in that spot. If they have to go to the bottom of the 7th, then that would not be a good sign for the Governors. They just need to get 3 outs and get their way back into Pierre and then try to get themselves ready to go for Sturgis tomorrow. It will be 6, 7, and 8. Austin Cargan, Chris Logan, Tiernan Daly. And for Carter Shufflebine, it'll be 3 innings of work, 2 hits, 1 run, 5 walks, and 5 strikeouts on 64 pitches. And Porter Hunsley, who now will not be available tomorrow to pitch, regardless of how many pitches he throws. Here's the first pitch to Austin Cargan, lefty on lefty matchup. That's over for strike 1. In game 1, he ended up throwing an inning, giving up 3 hits, 2 runs, 1 strikeout on those 12 pitches. A 1 pitch. There's a ground ball that'll be up on the right side, fielded by Hudson Stosher. That throw to first will be in time, as he was in the infield grass when he had to fire that to first. And the leadoff man is retired here to kick off the top of the 7th, and the Govs are 2 outs away from picking up a split of this doubleheader. Chris Logue, the right fielder. Like that, Micah Mormon, that will be hitting here. Micah Lorman, excuse me. No hit for Chris Logue. And so Lorman is hitting 200 so far. He does have a double, 2 runs driven in, an OPS at 635. He'll hit here in the top of the 7th and swing at the first pitch for strike 1. Pierre used 2 big innings to get this 9-run advantage. There's a line shot to right center field. That will drop in front of O'Brien. 2 hops in front of him, and it's a 1-out single as Lorman is on to bring up Tiernan Daly. Except it'll be another pinch hitter.
Number 11, pitch hitting.
And it'll be Jackson Vorthrams that will hit for Daly. And then we'll have a pinch runner as well. And that will be number 13, and that will be Nick Reedman that will now be running. So Vorthrams, he's 0 for 5 so far in the season. He has scored 7 times, pops the first pitch out of play. And the count's 0-1. Here to Vorthrams. Beckett Whitlock, who pinched hit in the top of the 6th inning. His spot is up next, but it is a right-handed hitter, so I don't believe it's going to be Whitlock. This will be skipping off of Sonnenschein in front of the plate. And the seconds will go the pinch runner in Reedman. And so now runner on at second here with one away, and the 1-1 counts to Jackson Forthrams. That one just missing upstairs, and the count's now 2-1. 3 runs on 5 hits right now for Roosevelt, 2 errors in the ballgame, 12 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Pierre. That one will miss low, and the count's now 3-1. Reedman leads away from second. Here's the 3-1 to Forthrams. It'll be grounded up the middle. Stocher will wait on it. Throw to first. Will skip away from Bridger Babcock. And a run will come in to score. Forthrams will make his way to second. It's now an 8-run ball game. It'll be the second error against the Governors. So it's 12-4. Runner will be still at second base. With one out here in the top of the 7th. And Jack Hilly is back to hit again after being pinch hit for by Beckett Whitlock, who had a base hit. It obviously couldn't have been Whitlock again because Hilly went back out to left field. One 1-0 pitch. That one's fouled away, and the count's now even at a ball and a strike. Top of the order is due up next. Govs are still 2 outs away from picking up the 8-run win. 1-1, a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. One-two pitch here from Porter Hunsley to Jack Hilly. That's outside, and the count's now 2-2. You can join us tomorrow here on KCCR, on YouTube at KCCR Sports for another doubleheader on the other side of the state in Sturgis, 2 o'clock Central Time, first pitch. Swing and a miss, and there's a strikeout for Hunsley. 2 down now in the top of the 7th, and the Govs are 1 out away from picking up the doubleheader split as Carson Breidenbach will come to the plate.
Second baseman Carson Breidenbach.
Breidenbach had the RBI fielder's choice on the top of the 6th. That made it a 7-3 ball game, and the tying run came to the plate in that top of the 6th inning as this was fouled away. But Carter Schuffelbein, who was effectively all over the place in the zone and around the zone, had 5 walks and 5 strikeouts, only allowed just that 1 run in the 3 innings. As that one will miss low, and the count's now 1-1. A lot of that damage was done by himself with the 3 walks that he had in the 5th inning and had 3 strikeouts as well in that 5th. As the count's now 2-1. When he walked another 2 guys along with 2 hits in that top of the 6th inning to allow 1 run to score. 2-1 pitch will miss, and the count's now 3-1. Lawson Hensley, the shortstop, waits on deck. Here's a 3-1. Missing for ball 4, and Breidenbach's got a walk. And it's now first and second.
Next up, number 4, shortstop Lawson Hensley.
And Lawson Hensley, who is 0 for 2 with 2 walks. Back to the plate. Roosevelt led 1-0, and they led 2-1. That big 6-run inning on 5 hits for Pierre put them in control, and then a 7-3 ball game going to the bottom of the 6th, and another 5-run output by the Govs. They had the winning run on at first. By the time that inning came to an end, all 9 guys came to the plate. That was the 2nd inning. Pierre had 10 guys hit in the 3rd, and another 9 hit in the 6th to score 11 runs in 2 innings of play. They had scored 1 in the 2nd inning. Count's now 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch. There's a high fly ball. Center field, Parker O'Brien comes in on it, and he will make the catch, and the Governors will get the doubleheader split with a 12-4 win in game number 2. We'll return to wrap up our doubleheader here at Harmon Park. You're listening to Pierre Governor Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
With Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union's new online and mobile banking features, you can apply for a loan anytime, anywhere. Send and receive secure messages with our team and manage your debit or credit card with ease. Plus, enjoy seamless digital wallet compatibility. Tap, pay, and go with confidence. Your money, your control, your convenience. Download the app today and experience the future of banking. Safe, simple, and always with you. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
As we welcome you back, it is a final here for the Pierre Governors. They win it 12-4 on American Family Insurance. Brittany Shuffleby and scoreboard as the Governors pick up 5, make that 6 runs in the third and 5 in the sixth to win it 12-4 over Roosevelt and splitting the doubleheader. Roosevelt had a lead in both games to start out. Pierre tied it at 1-1 here in game 2. Down 2-1, they scored 6 runs with RBI hits from Tripp Lindekugel, Jackson Goodman, Bridger Babcock, and Hudson Stosher. And in that 6th inning, they got an RBI hit from Sutton Sonnenschein, a 2 RBI triple from Jackson Goodman, as he finished with 4 RBIs in the game, going 3 for 4 with the triple and 2 singles and scoring 4 runs in that game. He also scored twice, did Goodman, as he was one of the best hitters for the Governors in game number 2. Jonathan Newharth goes 3 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts. Carter Shufflebine in 3 innings of relief gave up 2 hits, 1 run, 5 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Porter Hunsley with an unearned run on 1 hit and 1 walk and a strikeout in that 1 inning of work. Carl Hartman will take the loss for Roosevelt, giving up 5, make that 7 runs, 5 earned in 5 innings of work, 6 hits, 5 walks, and 6 strikeouts. In that 1 inning for Jake Else, it was 1 inning, 3 hits, 5 runs, 3 walks, and 2 strikeouts. It was 13 men left on base for the Roosevelt Roughriders in the ball game. Pierre left 6 on in 6 innings. It was 4 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors, and 13 left on base for Roosevelt. And the victorious Governors had 12 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors, and 6 men left on base. Time of the ball game was 2 hours and 23 minutes. And join us again tomorrow afternoon as we'll be on the other side of the states with the Pierre Governors taking on the Sturgis Scoopers. We'll have coverage at 1:45 Central Time with a 2 o'clock first pitch on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Hope you will join us for that second game, or second straight day of doubleheaders for the Pierre Governors. That will wrap things up for us here from Harmon Park. John Meckley here signing off. It was a Game 1 win for Roosevelt, 8-7 over Pierre to stop a 14-game winning streak. But the Govs returned the favor with a 12-4 win in Game number 2 to split the doubleheader, make that 12-4, as we say good nights from Harmon Park.
You've been listening to Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Doors, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE. Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, First Dakota National Bank, Envirotech, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, Hunsley Auto Body, Owyhee Federal Credit Union, Cone Egg, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric. Join us all season for more Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. This has been a special presentation of Riverfront Broadcasting Sports.